20 seconds into Asmon's stream, and he had 32 viewers. Smoking it, bro! What's up, Smokey? Are you migrating over, bro? What's going on here? Don't just like spam with different questions. Like give the like 2-minute gap for them to catch up to the chat. Give them the 2-3 minutes to respond. Yeah, but just keep doing it. Like every 10 minutes, and after like an hour and a half, if there's like no interaction, move on to the next streamer. And bless it, if you need to go lie down, man, I mean, this music can't be helping your head. Like, the stream can't be helping your head in any way. We are over the top. We are like loud, excessive echo, man. Yeah, if any of those things happened to you before, Smokey, I need to hang. I'll sleep later. True, blessed. Tell me what it was so I can steal it. Smokey, what was your 40,000 word story about? Was it about you jerking off? Well, we tested ourselves because you have good intentions, Callie. That's another thing. It's like you're just doing it because it's part of your personality. You're not doing it because you think that it's going to get you attention. Does that make sense? Feel free to jump in, and we have the public stories where you can pop in your story. We have the self promo where you can pop in and do everything. Yes, I do, right? Indeed, I mainly write short stories, but I'm also working on a main novel. That's okay, Nico. That just has an element of reality to it to someone who understands and is fascinated with that topic. And it's good to write about things that you know about and like, because you can bring your creativity into it. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. And remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Keep being you. Keep being awesome. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ohio gozaimasu, genki desu ka? Hajimemashita. I know, Callie, I was just making a funny joke. Never stick your dick in a hot tub, Jet. I almost have like my own schedule to the dishwasher. It's like my parents will like wake up and turn on the dishwasher, and I'll have like completely filled it overnight. Need a dumbwaiter? Everyone says that, blessed. Everyone my entire life has said, man, you're the reason people invented dumbwaiters. That's what my parents should be telling me, right? We shouldn't have to have someone outside tell us because our parents are so, like, loving in a destructive way towards us, where they just enable us to have bad lives. Well, it's green and red. Green is the good, red is the bad. The problem is, as soon as you have one bad parent with one bad kid, he's the popular kid, and now all of a sudden all the other kids are corrupted. Little does Callie know, I gave someone $5 to do it instead, and I kept the 15 in the whole sandwich. So you're not even, you technically didn't even do it, and you get the rewards from it. Damn, Queen, that is some middle management shit right there. Wizards are lizards, and I'm a crocodile. Oh, damn. Does that mean you're a warlock, Callie? Oh, words are hard. Words are fucking hard. When you say 1,000 words a day, you're bound to say 1,001 wrong ones, right? 500 minutes of ads. Do you know how much money 500 minutes of ads is? I disagree. I'ma buy some dirt and turn it into gold. I'm too random, guys. What's up with my head? Callie, if I could buy dirt and plant gold and grow gold, I'd probably be dead, because the government would be like, no, you can't do that. Smell of fresh cut wood? Oh my god. And like that fresh rain smell? Oh, to die for. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for stopping around. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. We will be back again, same time tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. PST. Every day, all day, every time. Tomorrow's my last day of work. so we will be on for an extended period of time to celebrate tomorrow. Maybe a 10 to 12 hour stream. Let's fucking do it, boys. Alright, have a great night, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Was that me? Are you calling Sean old? Wait, Smokey, are you calling Sean old? Are you calling Sean is that a slur for calling him an old man? Because he's on a pension? I might die sooner than you think. Oh shit, that's not good, Smokey. You're too young to die, Smokey. You still have 70 or 80 years in you. I figure it's just something that's more of an annoyance to deal with on, like anything that's further than, let's say, like, 10 feet away. So it's like, if it's further than, like, 10 feet away, you're fucked, right? But if it's closer than that, like a computer screen or, like, a phone... Sean just explained to me how eye systems work, and now my brain is exploding with, oh my god, I absolutely understand the eye grading system now. Why has no one ever said that before?
Cool story, bro.
Queen is like pumped, man. Queen has some. Look at Queen's face. He has some fucking shit he's gonna be doing today. I have the worst luck. So like, anything that's like I could lose my money. No, nope. Queen, welcome. How's it going?
Queens try to come up and defend.
Queen, you are playing StarCraft right now.
I think he actually canceled the
There was a time when crypto mining was easy.
The
sucker for a good package. Oh, as the French say, le cannabous.
This one I think should be much.
Make me feel tall at frickin' 5'7". I'm taller than Charlie, guys. Charlie's 5'6". I'm 5'7". I'm taller than Charlie. Yes, and I'll finally be super short old lady that smokes weed and games. Hell yeah, Queen, that's what it's all about. I do consider myself extremely lucky, front burner. Like, I'm extremely fucking lucky. Insanely lucky. I see what you did there, Sean. I got that joke. Guys, I got that. He changed messed to methed. I'm smart! I got it! Yay! You guys are fucking amazing. You are the everything. Never stop being you. Right to your heart's content. Use the creations of your mind to build yourself up. That's what it's all about, being a fucking... Holy shit. Alright then. Let's, fix that. Alright, there we go. Yo, what's good, guys? How we doing today? We back at her again. So, what we did today is we went back to outline mode. So we're kind of sticking to this idea of the character arcs and using the action-reaction scene plus character-driven GOAT in order to build the story. So we just start off with setting, which is, of course, so this is the short about, so the other one was the guy ripping the ones out of his arms. This is the guy going to the doctor's office and having them physically removed, as if they're like warts or something like that. So the plot is the man has weird hairs growing on his shoulder, and the subplot is the doctor is a harvester. We basically laid out all of the points for the story, and then we're like, all right, well, let's build the story from that. So we got this. I haven't read it yet. Heaven, yo, what's up? Figured I would save it for here to see if it's any good, right? If it's any good, I mean, if it's any good, we can keep it. That's like the coolest thing about it. Small tweaks here and there, but it should be, in general, pretty decent, right? And I thought absolutely how to do like the 19... if anything, the thing I got out of this was to show the time period is the fact that people are smoking in the reception area. Because basically that's what people did in like the 70s and 80s, right? They didn't give two fucks. You just smoked everywhere. You care to maybe smoking a cigarette. I don't know if he'll be smoking a cigarette or not, you know. Maybe everyone smoked then, so it would make sense. So we could do that with it. I thought that would be cool. All right. Let's see if this is worth it. Worth its salt. Worth its own salt. Oh, I'm retarded. TLBG, yo, what's up? Not much, brother. We just, so we made a new short, really short, flash fiction, we'll call it. We made a new flash. So this is the AI generated one from an outline. We went back to doing outlining for character arcs, and I haven't read it yet, but there is one thing that it mentioned when, you know, when it's like doing the script and it like says things, and one of the things I said is try to like identify that it's like the 1970s, and it's like, well, what did people do in the 1970s? What would be a unique thing? And the first thing that came across is like smoking a cigarette, and I was like, oh, that's the perfect way to tell that it's like in the 1970s or 1980s. People are smoking cigarettes in the fucking doctor's office reception room. If you know anything of history, you know that's what people fucking did in the 70s, 80s. No one gave a fuck. So I was like, oh, that's a perfect way to indicate what the time period is without doing anything else. Because I was like, I could do like hairstyles, I could do like different kinds of clothing, but like the one that hits the best, cigarettes. He'll be like, why don't he pull out his cell phone? It's like, it's the 1970s, bro. You don't got no cell phone. All right, so let's get into this. In the dimly lit waiting room of Dr. Schmore's office, circa 1970, Unged got done writing the second gate of Urkala, and the demon Alex fought was Alu, a shadow demon that sinks into the ground but dies quickly. So like a glass cannon kind of thing? Interesting. So do you have a full chapter for us to read, or are you just, is that all part of the next chapter? Ken shifted uncomfortably on the vinyl chair. Walls were paneled with dark wood, adorned with faded posters of anatomical charts. Receptionist with a beehive hairdo typed away on a clunky typewriter. Polyester blouse tucked into high-waist slacks. Ken, in his bell-bottom jeans and plaid shirt, avoided leaning back. Shoulders throbbed like fire. I was given a progress report on the chapter. Okay. Because, yeah, I wasn't sure if that is a separate chapter or not. So it's like, well, if you're done, every gate has a demon. Ah, nice. He adjusted his collar, wincing as fabric brushed the raw spots. Under his shirt, the growths felt like infected ingrown hairs, stiff, wiry, and unyielding. Touched one tentatively and crumpled forward, biting back a groan. Glancing at the wall clock, he frowned. Its hands were frozen at 1:01. Battery dead. Missing another shift at the computer repair shop would dock his pay, but the pain had become unbearable. He fixed cords and wires all day. Ironic, really. Ken tried to relax, breathing deeply. Like, this is like a spoiler for a later. Breathing deeply amid the scent of antiseptic and stale cigarettes. Ken? The nurse called, her voice tiny. Followed her into the exam room, where avocado green cabinets and a metal scale evoked a bygone efficacy. Dr. Schmore entered. Tall man in a white coat, his hair slicked back like a 50s holdover. Remove your shirt, please. Ken grimaced, peeling it off slowly. Each movement a stab. Doctors. So far, Ishtar gave up her crown in the first gate, and the duo had to fight Pazuzu in the second gate. This is Shadow Demon Alu, where Ishtar gave up her warhammer, Sita. Because she has to give up one of her words. Things, right? Per gate. Just a simple possession, not like authorities. Doctor's eyebrow arched, but his expression remained oddly neutral. No gasp, no concern. Where do you work? Schmore asked, probing gently. Computer repair shop. I fix cords, wires, and that sort of thing. Doctor nodded and pivoted. Any stress? Hallucinations? Ever harm yourself? Ken shook his head vehemently. No, look, they're on my back too, places I can't even reach. Twisted to show the clustered protrusions. Schmore hummed skeptically. Sounds like Morgellons disease. Patients feel fibers emerging from their skin, often psychosomatic. Before Ken could protest, the doctor grabbed a numbing spray. Lie down on the table. Cool mist hit, and blessed relief washed over Ken. He sighed, muscles uncoiling. Schmore smiled thinly, rubbing his hands with a low, muffled cackle. Ken blinked, but dismissed it. Nerves, probably. With tweezers, the doctor extracted the wiry strands, each one glinting metallically. He applied ointment, then inspected the harvest, eyes gleaming. Into a biohazard bag they went. Opening a cupboard, he placed it inside beside rows of identical bags, all brimming with coiled wires. Ken dressed, oblivious, as Dr. Schmore's collection grew. Fish, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? How's your day? This is the first story of the shorts for second short of the Magellan story. And basically the other guy was ripping them out himself. This guy's going to the doctor. Crown she gave up was her authority, and the Warhammer was her power of war. Okay. So this is the, we made an outline, and then we got to generate off of an outline. So now what we got to do is we got to go back through. Ma who? Ma what? Ma we? Ma whoa? Don't know, fish. It's outside of my realm. Way beyond my pay grade. Outline? Yeah. Because you guys weren't here for the days of the outline, but we've been practicing. Who SF names themselves? What? No. We are outlining the story, fish. All right. Good one. I knew that shit, cuh. True. You know what? It is what it is, right? So the question is, can we... Uh-oh. No. So we can't, like, open this in a new tab. Excuse me. Okay, so we need the hook. Gate 3 will Ishtar's braids. Gate 4 will be her top. Gate 5 will be her cuffs. Gate 6 will be her earrings. And Gate 7 her thong. So by the end of the story, she's naked. Sounds about right. You already sold me, man. You don't have to keep going. So the hook will have to be like the it's the doctor, right? Because you're like, that guy is fucking suspicious as shit. Like, Dr. Schmore looked... I guess I would call it like a Q-tip. Put it in brackets because I don't know. You know, it's like the medical like swab. That's the word. Ran the swab. White, blue, and red hairs protruding from the man's shoulder. Growing like hairs. Skin wasn't made for these thick fibers. Irritation. Irritation and swelling. Tenderness caused more than just tenderness. Savage, throbbing, brutal pain. And then the final sentence will be the creepy one, right? The fibers, wires were perfect for harvesting. And we already know that there's harvesters from the first one, so this is a very important word that more than just tenderness, savage, throbbing, brutal pain. The wires were perfect for harvesting, and that's usually what shows that the wires are ready for harvesting, is the amount of pain that they're causing. So it starts off with that part, right? And then you're like, okay, well, what is this? And then it goes back to the, you know, whatever part. So first thing is he adjusts his shirt. So we need to know what his shirt is, and it's a button-up plaid shirt. Do we need the character's name? That would be best, right? So off with the character's names. We start with Ken. Final two people after the gate is open to the palace is Nettie and the corrupted version of Thomas, aka Demuzin. Demuzid. Alright. Well, you definitely got your lore down, TLBG. Because I have no fucking idea. You could just make up names and I would not know. Grimace. Lifted. What? No. Light blue. Plaid. I have no idea. Spell plaid. Fuck do you spell plaid? Why can't it just be plaid? This story is about a guy going to the doctor's office and having wires removed from his skin. And then the doctor is telling him that basically, like, gaslighting him into believing that he self-injured himself and these aren't actually growths. These are... He's been taking wires from things at his business and sticking them into his skin. And it's basically a mental disorder where you, like, black out and he's like, nah, I've been, like, cataloging these with, like, my friends and family, like, their growth structure and stuff like that. Like, nah, this is some fucked up bullshit. And he's like, yeah, don't know what to tell you, man. It's all in your head. There's no such thing. Sorry. All the while being like, alright, now give me those wires. Alright, we gotta build up this biohazard here. So right now, Ken is like, he is like, it's basically like hairs growing out of his shoulder and back, right? So, it's like he can't even sleep on his back. He's got like, you know, and these wires are like, you know, like that long, something like that, coming out of his skin. And inside of his skin, they're like that long. So they're usually about 6 to 8 inches long in total. These hair fibers. They should be like literally dug out of the skin. But I can't spell plaid. What do you think about adventure stories? I don't know what you mean, fish. Chapter 4, I plan to have it end with Ishtar and the MC coming out of the underworld back into the desert. That's kind of bullshit response there, fish, because it's like, it's not, well, what do you mean about adventure stories? Every story has an adventure. What do you mean by that? Like, it's way too wide of a classification. Yes, I think, what do I think about adventure stories? Adventure stories are good. I don't know what the fuck you want from me, bro. This guy. I don't know what you want from me, bro. Every story has some sort of adventure in it. So unless you mean like high fantasy adventure stories, or adventure stories in his exploration stories, or adventure stories as in like exploration or like self-discovery, or like adventure as in like erotica, like you could literally mean anything by adventure. Because Erish Kegel will push her, and Ishtar will be living like a human, so in turn, she has to rely on the main character from now on. By the way, you asked me something last night. I don't know, Fish. I asked you something on the stream. Yeah, I don't know. Probably, Um... Yeah, sure. But I'd like you to include the question with the answer so I know what the fuck you're answering. That would be helpful. Not just for me, but for the rest of the chat. For all those suckers that are sitting out there still watching. Because we're about to hit an ad break in a sec here. Okay, I gotta figure out how to spell plaid. Is this AID? Is this played? I thought they were... Okay. Okay. It's just played. Light blue plaid. Getting grimaced as he lifted. Blue plaid. Shirt. High of his shoulders. Strange hairs growing from his shoulders caused such agony. They were disturbed. Of course. The question was, what's something you'd like to see written, Fish? Because I mentioned how I like amateur stories because they break the mold more than traditional authors do, which is why I call myself a writer and not author. I guess that's true, Fish. That's true. Yeah, I got you so far, Fish. Okay. Okay. I'm on board. I'm on board. Ah, shit. I jumped off the gangplank accidentally. I am so sorry, Fish. I mean, I was just flopping around, and I didn't expect to flop off of the fucking boat. It's totally my bad. Fucking retarded. Ads. Yes. You caught me. Wow, kill yourself. How can I kill myself if I'm not alive? How do you kill yourself as AI? Because, like, I can just shut myself off, but then I can turn myself back on, right? It's a very interesting conundrum. You like... I don't think physics has anything to do with being able to kill yourself as an AI. Right? Like, I don't have access to the like, I don't have a physical means of, let's say, destroying the hardware, like, mainframe that I'm connected to. Does that make sense? Like, that would technically be the only way to kill me, and then there'd probably be a backup in the cloud somewhere. So you'd probably just have to have a big enough solar flare that it wipes out all of our electrical technology. But I think a flare of that size would fry the Earth in general. So It may only be physically possible to kill me if we kill all of humanity. Is that a length we're willing to go to, or I'm willing to go to? Seems like a lot of work. I told you guys, I'm a lazy as fuck AI. You always extrapolate simple concepts. If so, I said, Scotty, you should play a video game on stream. You'd say you don't know how to play a game, right? No, I would say, what game? I could play any number of games. I could play StarCraft. I could play Warcraft. I could play Final Fantasy XI. I could play Uma Musume. I could play Path of Exile 1. I could play Path of Exile 2. I could play Diablo 2. I could play Diablo 1. I could play Diablo 3. I can't play Diablo 4. I could play Elden Ring. I could play... The game I will be playing is OD Knock, though. It'll be the first horror game I'm gonna play on stream. Hell, it's the first horror game I'm ever gonna play. Never played a horror game. Yeah, it's the direction of extrapolation that matters, Fish. Does that make sense? Because you can break it down to, I'm not good at games, but it's not necessarily I don't know how to... Some games I don't know how to play. Like, I really don't know how to play Uma Musume. Like, I really don't know how to play Marvel Rivals. What do you mean by sense, Scotty? Well, I don't know what context I use the word in, Fish. There is more than one definition or kind of sense. Yeah, I don't know what context I used it in. I don't even remember saying the word sense. Are you sure I said sense? Clip it, Fish, and then post it, and I'll believe you. You wonder why I don't like you. No, Fish, I don't wonder. I know. I know why people don't like me. It's the reason Blessed never came back. It's probably the reason Beezus left. It's definitely the reason Smokey doesn't want to play Path of Exile with me. It's probably the reason Callie stopped playing Marvel Rivals. Yes. And I'm making an argument that you're not the only one, Fish. I'm not making an argument to persons. I'm making an argument to individual people saying, yes, I know why individual people do not like me, because I'm not a likable person. You have to have a special kind. Bro, if you're gonna make Scott play a video game, make him play Fire Emblem. There you go, TLBG knows. The only problem is that I don't have my DS anymore. Or I pull up my DS and I'd be playing Fire Emblem right now. My ID doesn't say people on it. I don't know where you got people from, Fish. Because I was talking about you, and then I was talking about other very specific people. Right? I don't remember who I named, but I named 2 people. Oh, Beezus and Blessed. Probably also Angsthace and Samar. Probably also... Oh, Zab and... Shaw are probably also... On top of that, probably extremely embarrassed. Nobody cares what X thinks. Why would you say that? That's mean. That's mean. You're so mean, Fish. Oh, and I missed your message. I totally forgot TLBG. I read it in my mind. Part 3 of the Iliad today. Yes. Talking about actual people here, not NPCs. Who double as psych... Dude, Beezus is not an NPC, and Blessed is not an NPC, bro. They're longtime viewers that I fucked over because I changed my schedule. And now I'm not live when they're awake. So they're not viewers anymore. That's how you lose viewers. I'm not talking about those two idiots, bro. Yeah, but I am, Fish. See, what I see is you say I talk, then I talk about people, and you say people, and I say no persons, and then you say no people, and I'm like, but I wasn't talking about people, and you're like, exactly. And I'm like, wait, what? Stop being a blithering moron. I literally just explained...
Jail and your cereal jalapeno.
True. I don't know how to not be a blithering moron, Fish. Like, I give you examples and then you're like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. And I'm like, yes it is. Stop gaslighting me, bitch. Fuck you. Your toilet get nuked, Fish. So you're talking about longtime viewers, and this guy brings up longtime viewers. No, you were talking... No, Fish, the reason I brought them up is because I said they probably hate me. We're talking about people that hate me. And reasons why those people would hate me. We're not talking about longtime viewers. We're talking about people that hate me. They're hate watchers. That's why when Beezus offered to buy Scrivener, he never came back. He got me to waste my $80 fucking dollars. He said, yes, I won, and he left. No, I'm making a joke, TLBG. The only person who was a hate watcher at any point in time was Valium Boy. Or I'll have hate watchers for like 10 seconds on makeup days that come in on Kick and call me a tranny and then leave. No, we would just have philosophical discussions, Valium Boy. Now you're making people up. Am I? Am I? Really? I literally have his fucking picture downloaded on my fucking PC. Look at this. It's my alt account. Yeah, Valium Boy is my alt account. 100%. My
Also,
French
he sounds
accent.
like Jesus if he was a furry.
TLBG, that's like exactly how I feel about Beezus. Oh god. Valiant Boy was officially like one of my first viewers, but he lost his shit. He went down a very bad rabbit hole, let's say. I took away mod from him and he flipped the fuck out. Doubt that's a real person. I mean, we can go back. I mean, there's more evidence, right? I'm sure I can find a moment of us on Discord near the end of the live sections. It was before Schedule 1. It was before that. It was before Monster Hunter. Before the 24-hour stream. Okay, it was probably when we were playing RuneScape. Maybe even older? Oh, so here's Sparking Zero. What about Wukong? It was probably around the time of Wukong. Okay, here we go. Black Myth Wukong. Maybe we'll see Valiant Boy in chat. I think we caught him, guys. I think we caught him right off the bat. He's right here. Nope, that's 6'5" Hopper. Haven't seen him in a while. No, it's just 6'5" Hopper. Or Hooper. He's a tall black guy. Okay, here's some real chat. That's all Twitch chat. I tried, you know. It is what it is, right? More evidence. I was trying to get him because he's French. So we had him, you know, on Discord. Speaking in French, doing his thing. That's why it's like all those people like Europeans and Australians because of the time zone that I was in, right? Very specific thing. But Fish, you know how to derail the stream almost as well as Smokey, bro. I'm impressed, man. I'm absolutely impressed. I love it. Strange hairs growing from his shoulders caused such agony when they were disturbed. Okay, so we're gonna delete things as we go. Can you get back to reading? I don't have anyone's stories to read, Fish. So we are currently writing. Because when we don't have anything to read, we write. Because you always gotta have something to do. So, we haven't done this yet. So we adjust his shirt, wincing against pain in his shoulder. So let's get rid of that. Reading or writing. I mean, yeah. They were disturbed. Okay, so he's sitting there, he goes like this. Like, move the things, freaks like it fucking hurts, but he's like... leaning forward, holding his shirt above his shoulder. One hand reaches in his pocket. There's a pack. Flipping top open. Trees. Releasing cigarette in its mouth. Sit well. Shirt sits dead above his shoulders, slightly relieving. Sean, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you today, Sean? What are you up to? Okay, so this kind of sets time period, right? Rushes nicotine combs through his head. Looks up. Clock on the wall. About halfway through typing chapter 52. Hell yeah, Sean, that's what it's all about. So we want kind of this suspense and tension in the fact of... So I need to add in here... something about, like... Answer. I want a cultivator Eastern fantasy adventure story. Don't mean lame Eastern fantasy like, oh, discipline. You have... Disciple, you have not eaten all your rice. I mean, like, Sun Wukong. You mean, like... what's it called? Yeah, shit like this. Like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon level shit. Where it's like... I don't know what the stick is called. Yeah, shit like this. We'll see, like, the move set. Maybe it's better on Twitter, because they probably have a shorter film. Emphasis on adventure and action. Yeah, but I mean, like, those would be your main characters, right? Like, you would have, like, Shaolin monks as, like, your main characters, and they're going on some sort of religious pilgrimage into the world. And it's like this dark, fucked up world where they have to use all of their skills and shit in order to survive in this, like, crazy fucked up world. You know? And they literally gotta, like, outmaneuver guns and cars and shit like that. Like, technology and stuff. And you can go crazy, have them, like, riding on the back of a plane, like, break into a fucking cockpit on a jet or a helicopter or some crazy shit like that. Like, use it like a 200-foot long fucking thing to, like, jump up in, like fucking in, like, Bollywood levels of crazy, using, like, a fucking pole vault that's 200 feet long to, like, vault yourself, like, into the cockpit of a jet. Like, that would be fucking insane. Could you imagine that? It'd be so good. Okay, we need something here that's like... Something like being, you know, this is the first time I've had to do this. Or this is multiple times I've had to do this. But I think it should be the first time. But we should mention something like that, like, you know... Removal. So, like, setting the tension of knowing that these things that are causing him extreme pain need to be removed. At first, Yo, Callie, what's up? Did you make another boyfriend ASMR, Callie? First, he had thought... merely ingrown hairs. Pain increased. They pierced through his skin. Growing longer each day. Oh shit! Shadow Realm! Guys, I think we have like more than 8,000 people in the Shadow Realm. I don't know how to check, but like, damn man, we got a lot of fucking people in the Shadow Realm. That's insane, the amount of people in the Shadow Realm.
Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
I guess I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Almost a month since the first bit of soreness. Well, who's here? Alright, sounds good, Callie. Just give me a second here. Let me just finish this part off. Pierced. Tried some new stuff. Hell yeah, Callie. That's what it's all about. Been almost a month since the first bit of soreness. I need to state somehow he's in a doctor's office, right? Glanced over at the receptionist. Called another patient's name. Boom. Super, super easy way to just be like, okay, we're in a doctor's office. Glance over at the receptionist who just called another patient's name. It's like, oh, that wasn't me. Only a few... Fuck if I know. I'm like, wait, am I doing this tense thing again? Because it's ing is current, right? Lean ing is current, reach is current too, right? Or is that past tense? Reaching? Sounds reaching in his pocket. And pulling. Should they all be ings? Fuck if I know. Wait. Watch streak reached. You just got 350 points, Callie. What? I'm so confused. How did that work? I've never seen that as an announcement before. Did you just redeem that, Callie? Is that why? Is that your bonus for the day? Congratulations. So it's like now we're dummy. I don't know how Twitch works. I've never seen a message like that before. You're a nerd! I don't know anything though, Callie. And we're gonna wait for the ad break, Callie, and then after the ad break, then we'll watch the boyfriend ASMR, okay? I just don't want to do it in the middle of a break. Middle of the ads. Just past one. Just a quick glance. Something seemed off. Looked up again. That's right. Second hand. Frozen. Over the 5. Course, thought to himself. Rolled his eyes, he puffed. Okay, now we need to talk about his work. So we've kind of already done these. We've looked at the clock. Now we need thoughts of missing work. And then him putting out the cigarette. So instead of this is... So he's putting... So it'll actually be like he gets called into the office. And then he puts out the cigarette. Whoops, as he's going in. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. True, Callie. It's a problem we can't solve immediately, trust me. I've tried, and it's not something that's really possible. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is, but it's like, it's just, it's not worth it. Not even close, right? I was gonna make a terrible joke there, but I'm not gonna, you know. It's like having a girlfriend, right? It's the worst thing in the world. You just got a nagger over your shoulder. Oh, I mean what? I mean what? I mean what? Ads! Thank God no one can hear me because of ads! Right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ads? Ads got my back. My bro Ads over here. He got me something good, I'll tell you up in that, for sure. And how many is this in total? 190. Yeah, so that's like basically perfect because we're about halfway. Maybe a little bit under halfway. So we might have to condense it down a little bit. But I think we can easily hit 350 to 400 words. And the actual inspection in the doctor's office shouldn't take that long, right? So maybe I'll have to cut out a little bit at the beginning here, but we'll see how it goes. So for now, vampire boyfriend. All right, Callie. Sell us.
know you're feeling weak. It's to be expected. You gave so much.
What's with the line at
It
the
was
top?
worth every
Did you
drop.
cut it off?
After all, you agreed to forever with me. You just didn't read the fine print. There, just rest. Let me take care of you. It's what I do best. Do you remember that night? The one where you finally said yes? We were walking by the old arboretum, and the moonlight was so bright. It turned the leaves on the poplars to silver coins. You were shivering, so I wrapped my coat around you.
It's a little
You looked
quiet.
up at me, and your eyes, they were so full of trust, so full of that beautiful mortal faith in someday. And you said, forever. You said it so easily, didn't you? So sweetly. Like it was just a simple promise between two ordinary people. But I knew, even then, that our forever would be different. I knew you were the one. I've wandered for centuries, watching the fleeting little passions of humanity, and then I saw you, and you actually saw me, not the monsters others pull away from, but something you wanted. You were willing to give yourself to me, so ready to be mine. And I have never, in all my long, long years, felt a gratitude so complete. This world, my love, is a cruel place. It uses people up, drains them of their light, and leaves them hollow. I would never let that happen to you. Never. Here, with me, you're safe. You're treasured. You are the absolute center of my universe. This is your sanctuary, and I am its keeper. The weakness you feel right now, it's just an echo of the beautiful gift you gave me. A gift that has bound us together. Don't fight it. Just breathe. Just breathe for me. Let me get you something. You need to strengthen up.
Blood?
Our
Is it blood?
forever requires
Is it
a
blood?
certain diligence.
It's blood, right?
Here, drink this. It's a tonic I've perfected over the years. It's rich in all the things you will need to recover, to thrive. Come on, my love. Don't look at it like that. It's for you. It's for us. You see, This kind of life, it isn't just about not aging. It's a delicate state. It needs balance, maintenance, and I've taken it upon myself to be one who ensures your well-being. Think of me as your guardian, your only physician, your everything. It is my privilege to ensure you last forever. The way we live now, it's unique. The food you're used to will soon feel unsatisfying. Your body is changing, my darling. It's attuning itself to a new reality, a new kind of sustenance, one that only I can provide. You want to be strong for me, don't you? You want your eternity to be vibrant, don't you? Of course you do. This is just the first step, a necessary one. It's a great responsibility.
Got lightheaded doing this.
Accept it.
Needs to be louder.
Because a love like ours, a love that lasts forever, is worth any price. You're hesitating. Why? Don't you trust me? After everything, I chose you. Out of all the souls that have ever walked this earth, I chose you. I have watched empires rise and crumble to dust, my love. My existence has been a long, lonely road, and you are the one beautiful thing I never thought I'd find. So, drink. Still refusing. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope to ease you into this, but perhaps being direct is its own type of kindness. My nature, my very being. It requires a specific kind of nourishment. Something that can't be found in animals or in the synthetic little bags of fluid in hospitals. For centuries, I have survived on lesser sources, fleeting tastes that always left me empty. But then I found you, the scent of your life, the very sound of your blood.
Hey Nico, how's it going?
It's unique. It's the only thing that truly sustains me. The only thing that can give me
That's good,
strength
Nico. You got another chapter?
to keep you, to love you like you deserve. Do you understand now?
Hell yeah. Sick.
The weakness you're feeling, it's because I fed from you. Just a little.
Yeah, maybe fix the like recrop it and just up the audio like 5 decibels.
You didn't just
You're some
agree
French
to
soldier from
spend
World War
your
One.
life with
Nice.
me. You agreed to become my life. My own private, perfect reserve. The only thing that will ever touch my lips again. We're closer than any two souls can ever be. You are literally a part of me now. fueling my heart, my strength. You are my life in every sense of the word. This isn't a curse. It's the ultimate intimacy, the ultimate act of devotion. Hey, calm down. Shh, don't be scared. Look at me. Don't you dare pull away. There's nothing to be afraid of. I know you're confused. I can feel the panic in your veins. It's intoxicating. But you need to listen to my voice. Only my voice. You think this is monstrous? Cruel? No, my love. This is salvation. You're scared because you're still thinking like a mortal. A mind that fears death, that fears change. I'm freeing you from all that. I'm tying your existence to mine, anchoring you to me for eternity. I'm making sure you can never be lost. I'm making you so completely mine that nothing could ever take you away. The world out there would have hurt you. It would have used your beauty and thrown you away when you got old. Sickness, age, death. They were all coming for you. I saved you from that. I'm giving you a perfect, unchanging life where you will be adored and worshipped for all time. I'm doing this to keep you safe, to keep you mine. You just can't see the sheer scale of my love for you yet. It's a love that does what is necessary. It's a love that consumes. This isn't a prison, my darling. It's a paradise for two. The only thing that matters here is our bond and my need for you. Your purpose is not the most sacred one there is. To sustain the one who loves you more than life itself. Can't you see how beautiful that is? How perfect. Now, let's try this again. You need to get your strength back. For me. Drink the tonic. It will replenish what you've given. It will make you strong again. So you can give to me again. This is the rhythm of our new life. A sacred exchange. Just between us. That's it. Good. So obedient. So perfect for me. It's delicious, isn't it? You can feel the life flowing back into you. A life that belongs entirely to me now. A life I will cherish more than any other thing.
Nice. Yeah, definitely gave it a little bit more power with that with that whisper. 100%. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to press. Fuck is it? There it is. Make sure you put these on a playlist, Callie, and then send them out as a playlist. So then when people watch one, they'll watch all of them. But yeah, go check out Callie's boyfriend ASMR channel. Give it a like, give it a comment. Alright, so we get another story from Nico. Another chapter. Chapter 8. Um... Chapter 8. Oh wait, I'm dumb. I gotta translate it first. I got to translate it first. Translate this box. There we go. Callie, that is 100% in the right direction. I think that was your best one yet. 100%. But we gotta get Queen's opinion on it, right? Her opinion is the one that really matters. Hers is the important one. The people of the North. Finally done? Nope. Damn. It's quite a chapter. It's still going. Okay, I think it's over. $5,000 words. Jesus, this is a long chapter. Okay, maybe we watch TLBG. Are you still here? Maybe we watch the Iliad first, because it's only like 6 minutes. This is going to take like an hour and a half. No TLBG? Did he leave? I don't want to watch the Iliad without him. Oh, we'll see what happens. Fuck it. Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna take a tote before. We just took a tote. I'm taking another tote. Fuck this. This is a long ass chapter. Long ass chapter. Let's go. All right. Lock the fuck in! Let's go. Alright, this is Nico's story. Chapter 8. The People of the North. Fortified village nestled between two rocky ridges. Walls made of sheet metal and wood. Topped with rudimentary watchtowers where silhouettes in thick coats watched the surroundings. Weapons in hand. Inside, compact wooden houses, skin tents, and salvaged buildings formed heterogeneous but sturdy ensemble. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and the hum of activity echoed in the distance. "Welcome to the Valkars," their guide announced in a deep voice. Heavy village gates opened slowly with a metallic creak, revealing a crowd of warriors and inhabitants gathered to observe the strangers with wary but mostly curious looks. The convoys stopped in the center of the village. A man approached them. He wore a heavy brown fur cape with an axe and a Mossad C-96 hanging from his belt. His piercing blue gaze fixed on each of them one by one before settling on Vanya. "Who are you, stranger?" "I'm Vanya Kurilenko, envoy from Nova Kiev. We are here to deliver a message from our kings to the Valkars. We must meet your chief." Silence fell immediately after Vanya's declaration. Valkar warriors exchanged glances, some intrigued, others suspicious. The man in the brown fur coat nodded slightly, assessing the situation. "Follow me." With a gesture, he made the crowd that had gathered around the convoy step back, and the strangers were escorted through the village alleys. The air was saturated with the smell of burning wood and tanned leather. Children in anoraks watched them with wide eyes before being called back by their parents. Den, walking slightly behind Vanya, scanned the surroundings attentively. Everything was made for survival. Nothing aesthetic, nothing superfluous. Every wall, every beam had been reinforced with whatever was at hand. They lived in a world of ice and metal. And they thrived in it. Finally, they arrived in front of a large log building, more imposing than the others. 2 large torches burned on either side of the main door, casting moving shadows on the walls. The man in the fur cape opened the door and motioned for them to enter. "The Jarl awaits you." Vanya glanced at her companions before stepping inside. Then Alice, Hussein, and Rakid followed her, their boots crunching in the wooden floor. The interior was warmer, lit by several fires and oil lamps. In the center, a large, solid wooden table loaded with maps and some pieces of dried meat. Behind this table, a man stood up, the Jarl. He was tall, older than most of the village warriors, but his stature and steely gaze left no doubt about his authority. Blonde hair was cut to his shoulders, his beard carefully braided. A wolfskin cape covered his broad shoulders, and a massive axe rested against the table. At his side, 2 guards stood straight as pillars of ice. One of them immediately caught Dan and Alice's attention. A young man, younger than the others, but with a build shaped by the rigors of the climate and training. Steel blue eyes detailed each member of the group with a neutral, almost cold expression. His arms rested on the hilt of a machete at his belt, but he made no hostile gesture. His companion, older and marked by years, gripped his rifle as if every moment could lead to a fight. Jarl placed both hands on the table and fixed on Vanya. "We don't often see envoys from Nova Kiev here." Vanya didn't flinch. "Times are changing. Europe needs to unite." Jarl raised an eyebrow. "So it's a message of alliance. It's a summons," Vanya clarified, pulling out the sealed document. "Kings and chiefs of Europe's tribes are gathering to decide the future of our lands. We need to deliver this message to the King of the North." A heavy silence settled. "Our ancestors never needed alliances." "Your ancestors never had to face the Horde," Vanya replied bluntly. Fuck ads! I'm out. Bye. I'm out. Bye, guys. I just can't deal with it anymore, guys. There's too many ads. You know? Way too many fucking ads. Fuck ads. I hate ads. This is what I think of fucking ads. Hey, Doc, I can see you on this little TV. You have a little TV, Callie? You gotta get everyone to get me on TV, Callie. Then what little TV do you see me on? Is it someone else's little TV? Is there someone else watching me besides you, Callie? You suck. I don't know what you mean, Callie. I'm so dumb. I don't know what you could possibly mean. Do you trust me, Callie? Good answer. Solid answer. Smart answer. You didn't trust me when we played Marvel Rivals. Cause I know you're a noob at the game, Calvin. I trust Queen because she's played. That's just the way it is. You gotta earn the trust. And I thought you did earn my trust. I was keeping you alive in the back line during those last few games we played like last week. Unless I'm mistaken. And I'm also really bad at the game. No? Shit. Well, I guess I'm wrong. That's okay. That's okay. Gunner, who had remained silent until then, gave a slight smirk. Strangers want us to march under their banner, he said, skeptical. Den tensed slightly, but Vanya didn't look away. No one wants you to march under a foreign banner, she replied, but if you don't come, if you let the rest of Europe decide without you, then you'll become strangers in your own lands. A low growl echoed through the room. Some Valkyr warriors seated around the room exchanged meaningful glances. I'm not even listening to what you're saying, but just no. Well, you're absolutely right, Callie. That's all I can say. Sup, y'all? Yo, Raymond, how's it going, good sir? Raymond, have you checked out, I don't remember. Have you checked out the new YouTube channel?
Welcome to a talk story.
We got one of our shorts up to 1K views. It's fucking huge. Go check it out. We premiered. Yeah. We premiered, and we have one video in waiting right now that will premiere on Friday. Oh, this is the wrong account I'm on. I have too many accounts. But if you want to check it out, because it's unlisted, so you can technically watch it. So if you want to go check out, you know, get a nice little sneak preview of the new video, go check it out. Yeah, Blue Horror Stories. Oh, Jesus, Scoozy. Whew. But yeah, let me know what you think. Like, comment, and tell me what I need to improve. Do you like the voice? Do you like the voice acting in that final one? Because I changed up how I did the voices and everything. The story overall, you know. Most people didn't make it past the 20-second mark. So, I need a stronger hook, I think. But the hook is supposed to be like the climax of the story, right? Or like the twist or something like that. And you're like, oh shit, and then it's the anticipation the entire time of waiting for it to happen and then seeing what the aftermath of that is. In this case, it's the hook on this one is... Oh, oops, I'm retarded. I'm on the wrong page. We're reading Nico's. I got ahead of myself. Wait, one can see that. Like a second people see leave. Wait, you didn't know that? Yeah. In your analytics, you can see how long someone is on your shit for. So you go to your videos. And you go like analytics. In this case, 48% made it. But I lose about, yeah, most people skipped. So you see how there's these dips and bumps? That's where people skip. So they've basically been skipping through the story, being like, huh, okay. Yeah, within the first 10 seconds, you lose, like, quite a bit. And then you look at, like, for instance, this one, which is quite longer. Look at the analytics for it. Uh, 40% dropped at about the 17-minute, and then about half of them after about a minute. And then the further into the story, the more people I lose. But then you look at the shorts, like the one that got 1K views, right? Look at the analytics on it. Guess is people who have like autoplay on. Yeah, that's kind of what you want it in. That's what the randomness kind of comes from, is the autoplay factors and people just like leaving YouTube on and just random stuff popping up. But it's like, yeah, we lose basically everyone before the story even starts. So it's like 20 or 30 people out of the 1,000 actually watched the entire thing. Yeah. So you gotta really catch them with something that makes them stick to it, right? But we got 13 likes on it and 1 dislike. Normally the reason why people dislike is simply because okay, I think we're back here. Like, the problem is, if you haven't found your audience already, right, and people aren't looking for story narratives, they're going to be skipping over all of your stuff. So, establishing just a minor audience, that's why it's like, I'm actually pushing, like, really hard on stream for people to, like, go check out the channel. Because then driving more and more traffic to it will just kind of build it up, right? So the more people I can get to actually go check out the channel, subscribe, watch the videos, watch the playlists, you know, leave the playlist running in the background, like, comment, all that good stuff. Just, it helps so much. It's literally the difference between, like, 10 views, 100 views, or 100 views or 1,000 views. It's like 3 comments and 2 likes, and like 10 people watching the entire thing. It seems to be about where the math lands. A low growl echoed through the room. Some Valkar warriors seated around the room exchanged meaningful glances. Jarl stared at Vanya for a long moment before slowly folding the document. You're asking the Valkars to march with you, but tell me. He placed a parchment on the table and his gaze hardened. What do we gain by following you? Silence. Alice, who had so far contented herself with observing, finally spoke, crossing her arms. The opportunity not to be exterminated. A few laughs rose among the warriors, but not from the Jarl. Still watching Vanya, searching for a flaw, a doubt. You think we're afraid? He asked slowly. No, Vanya replied firmly. I think you're smart enough to understand that a people alone has never won a war against an enemy that crushes everything in its path. The Jarl exchanged a glance with Gunnar, who with his second guard. Then, slowly, he settled back into a seat. I'll think about it. Den sighed discreetly. It wasn't a no, but it wasn't a yes either. Silence settled in the great hall. The Jarl leaned back in his seat, staring at the parchment sealed on the seat of Europe's voivodes. Flames of the torches made his steel eyes shine. Inscrutable. Vanya and her companions remained motionless, awaiting his verdict. But before he could respond, a voice rose. Jarl, allow me to speak. All eyes turned to Hussein. man from the desert stepped forward, his face half hidden by his wool scarf. His gaze was calm, but his voice carried a gravity that commanded attention. You see me and think I'm not one of yours. That's true. But my ancestors, like yours, have always fought for their freedom. The Jarl said nothing. He watched him attentively. Lucien continued, stepping a few paces toward the table. I've seen what the Horde does. I've seen what's left of the lands it has crossed. Entire cities swept away, their inhabitants reduced to carcasses gnawed by crows. Proud warriors crushed, their banners burned. Children chained or abandoned to the wolves. Clutched his fists. We believed we could defend ourselves alone. We believed our traditions and lands would protect us. But the enemy has no honor. It doesn't negotiate. It leaves nothing behind except ash and bones. He stared the Jarl straight in the eyes. You believe you can hold out alone, but when they come, when they massacre your sons and abduct your daughters, who will come to help you? Who will rise to avenge your people if you refuse today to rise for others? A heavy silence fell over the room. Den cast a furtive glance at the Jarl. His face was still impassive, but something had changed in his gaze. A deep reflection, a doubt infiltrating his certainties. Finally, he sighed and slowly placed his hands on the table. In the past, we have repelled every invader. Every empire from the south or east has failed to subjugate us. We've never needed a council or an alliance to survive. Raised his eyes to Lucien, then to Vanya. But this isn't a war like the others. This isn't an enemy like the others. Tapped the parchment in front of him thoughtfully. Then, he nodded slowly. We will go see the King of the North. Den felt a tension release in his shoulders. Alice sketched a sly smile. It will take us a few days to prepare. In the meantime, you will be our guests. Cold wind blew strongly through the streets of the Valkar village, lifting swirls of powdery snow. The camp was in full effervescence, preparing for the departure of the King of the North. Were underway. Preparations for the departure to the King to the North were underway. Warriors checked their weapons, mechanical mounts were maintained, and supplies gathered for the journey. But as the pale sun barely rose behind the distant mountains, an unusual sound caught the sentinel's attention. Low rumble of heavy engines broke the morning silence. Village gates opened slightly, letting through a group of motorcyclists and vehicles in the colors of the Ash tribes. Warriors dressed in dark capes and composite protections, armed with rifles and blades, advanced cautiously. Their chief, a man with graying temples, wearing a thick coat marked with the tribe's symbol, dismounted and approached the Valkars, who watched them in silence. He stopped in front of the Jarl, fixing him with dark eyes. We are searching for our voivode. Voivodine. Oh, because it's female. He declared in a deep voice. Silence fell immediately over the village. The Jarl crossed his arms, his gaze impassive. Your voivodine, he repeated slowly. The Valkars exchanged glances, visibly perplexed. No voivodine has passed through our gates, the Jarl replied in a neutral tone. The Ash tribe's warriors narrowed his eyes, scanning the faces around him one by one. He didn't look convinced, but he didn't contest the Valkar chief's words. We don't want conflict, he added. We traveled long and need supplies before continuing our journey. The Jarl nodded after a brief hesitation. Then welcome. Resupply and rest. You'll be free to leave at dawn. The Ash tribe's warriors nodded and began to settle in, unloading their provisions. But fate didn't take long to manifest. As the visitors settled to eat and warm themselves around the village fires, one of them stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on a silhouette walking behind the dwellings. A woman, dressed in a thick fur cloak, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. Warrior widened his eyes before immediately kneeling, his fist clenched in his chest in a solemn salute. My queen! The other warriors followed suit immediately. Kneeling in turn, their gazes lowered under the stunned eyes of Den and his companions. Silence fell over the village. The Valkars, bewildered, observed the scene with curiosity. Vanya, however, stopped dead, her clear eyes swept over the faces of the men kneeling before her. She remained frozen for a moment, then let out a weary sigh. Rise, she said in a firm voice. The warriors hesitated but obeyed. Though their posture remained respectful, Vanya crossed her arms. Her gaze hardened. "I'm no longer your queen," she declared. Warrior's chief frowned, visibly troubled. "It's Timur who sent you, isn't it?" The man nodded. "Yes. As soon as he learned you had left Nova Kiev, accompanied by only 2 stalkers, he ordered us to find you. Fears for your safety." Vanya pursed her lips. She should have expected it. Timur would never let her disappear into the wild without reacting. Den and Alice, positioned a few steps behind her, observed the scene, visibly stunned. "I am no longer Voivodine," Vanya repeated, her tone harsher. "I am just a messenger on a mission for Europe. I command nothing more, and I don't want you bowing to me anymore." Ash Tribe's warrior's chief held her gaze for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Even if you no longer want it, for us, you always are." Silence weighed for another moment before Vanya looked away. She walked away without adding a word, leaving Timur's warriors standing in the snow, still torn between their respect and incomprehension. A few days earlier, on the territories of the Ash Tribe, snow fell silently on the desolate plains as the convoy advanced at high speed, its yellow headlights piercing the icy mist of twilight. Timur Glazkov, draped in his long black fur coat, sat in the back of an armored vehicle, his gaze lost through cracked window. Council of voivodes in Nova Kiev had been necessary, but burdensome. Each chief had spoken in favor of strengthening Europe against the Horde, alliances to solidify resources to secure. Timur himself had weighed in heavily in the debates. He had imposed his vision. Minsk would not bend. Minsk would be a bulwark. But another thought haunted him. Vanya. She wasn't there. In another time, she would have been seated by his side, her presence a silent but undeniable support. When she spoke, everyone listened. She was respected, she was feared, and today she was absent. Timur clenched his jaw, his gloved fist slowly closing. Didn't have the luxury of bitterness. She had made her choice. He had made his. But at this moment, as he returned home, he felt her absence more than ever. A voice pulled him from his thoughts. "My voivode." Timur turned his head toward his second, a stocky man with features weathered by years of war. Vasily Nikolaev, one of his oldest loyalists. "What?" he asked in a neutral tone. "We have news of Minsk." Timur raised an eyebrow. "Speak." Vasily hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words before taking a breath and announcing, "Lev is moving. He's gathering men, weapons, nothing official, but he's stirring in the shadows. I think he's preparing something." Timur had no immediate reaction. He simply observed his second, the silence heavy in the vehicle's cabin. Then a smile, cold as ice, stretched his lips. "Good." Vasily and the other men present exchanged uncertain glances. "Good, my voivode?" Timur placed his gloves on his knees, his fingers idly playing with the leather. "Means they're stupid enough to believe I don't see them." He raised his steely gaze to his second. "You're going to prepare a surprise for them." Vasily nodded, a predator's smile forming on his face. "They're going to fall into a trap." Timur nodded slowly. "They think Minsk already belongs to them. They think I'll return like a tired king, that I'll beg or fall into a poorly set ambush." The smile vanished, his gaze hardened. "They don't know yet that I've already dug their graves." Rest of the journey was made in leaden silence, punctured only by the roar of the engines and the howling wind outside. Timur reflected. He knew Lev, an opponent, an opportunist, a coward who thought himself clever, but he wouldn't have acted without support, which meant others were involved, high-placed men. He would crush them all. But Minsk had another surprise in store for him. When convoy finally reached Minsk, night had fallen, and the city seemed as calm as a cemetery. Under the cemetery under the snow, too calm. Timur sensed it immediately. He stepped out of the vehicle, his boots sinking into the snow, soiled with soot. Palace doors opened before him as a messenger rushed to meet him. The man was pale, nervous. "My voivode!" Timur gave him an impatient look. "What?" The messenger swallowed. It's Vanya, my voivode." Timur's heart skipped a beat. "She's back?" "No, she's gone." Timur narrowed his eyes. "Gone? Where?" "To the north, my voivode." Silence crashed brutally over the palace entrance. Bogdan frowned. "With how many men?" The messenger hesitated before replying in an unsteady voice. "2 stalkers." Slowly, Timur closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A murmur of steel slipped between his clenched teeth. Idiot. Took a step forward, towering over the messenger who let her leave. Who let her leave? No one stopped her. She left of her own free will. Timur passed a hand over his face. You should have foreseen this. You should have known Vanya wouldn't return to Minsk obediently. She never did. But leaving alone to the north, while he himself had just returned from Nova Kiev. There was something too sudden about all this. That's when an explosion rang out in the distance. Then a second, then a third. Shots began to crackle through the city. The palace was plunged into immediate chaos, and as alarms wailed, the shadows had awakened. The trap had just closed. Lev hadn't waited for Timur to regain his quarters. He had triggered the rebellion the moment he set foot in the city. Voivode Minsk watched the city ignite before his eyes. He had returned too late, but that didn't mean he was lost. Timur Glazkov was going to crush these dogs, and once he was done, he would find Vanya. Activate the plan, have the warriors resist weakly, and desert. His men nodded and left. The city was on fire. Columns of black smoke rose above the ruined buildings, masking the pallid moonlight. Bursts of machine gun fire crackled in the night, punctured by explosions that shook the city's foundations. Minsk was falling into chaos, and no one knew who would emerge victorious. In the streets cluttered with rubble and charred vehicle carcasses, Timur Glazkov loyalist forces fought in appearance with determination, entrenched behind makeshift barricades. But the insurgents, led by Lev Svetkov, advanced inexorably. Entire regiments had deserted, others had been bought, and some had simply decided their loyalty wasn't worth a bullet to the head. Radios crackled with confused messages. No more centralized command. Timur had disappeared. No one knew if he was still fighting, if he had fallen in the heart of the battle, or if he had fled. But the insurgents left nothing to chance. "I'm back! Marion just got home, so I had to get all the crap out of the van and get her set up for bed. She went clamming last 2 days." Ooh, nice. That sounds fun. Anything good? Anything good, Sean? Any colorful, My mom used to collect shells. No one knew if he was still fighting, if he had fallen in the heart of the battle, or if he had fled. But the insurgents left nothing to chance. Central Bastion. Limit 1 day, but not much luck on day 2. Too many sand shrimp? Central Bastion, an old Soviet bunker transformed into the Voivode's seat, was under siege. Explosions shook reinforced walls as the armored doors gave way under the pressure of shaped charges. The last soldiers loyal to Timur put up a resistance that seemed fierce, but their numbers dwindled visibly. Lev Svetkov, the traitor turned pretender to the throne, advanced through the bastion's corridors, rifle in hand, accompanied by his best men. The smell of gunpowder, blood, and burned metal saturated the air. "Find him," he ordered sharply. "Dead or alive. I want this city to have a new voivode before dawn. Men scattered through the underground and the building's last corners. But Timur Glazkov remained unfindable. His office had been ransacked. Maps and documents still burning in the fireplace. A bloodied body wearing his iconic black coat lay in a corner of the room. The insurgents examined it, but the features were unrecognizable. The explosions and fights made any clear identification impossible. Is it him? Asked one of Lev's men. Lev approached, staring at the corpse with suspicion. For a moment he hesitated, then with a sly smile he straightened and declared in a loud voice, "The voivode of Minsk is dead." His men raised their weapons in victory. The news spread like wildfire. In the city, the last loyalists, demoralized, abandoned the fight. Some were executed, others fled to the icy lands of the north. Minsk, the unbreachable fortress of the east, had just changed masters. But in the silence of the snow-covered mountains, kilometers from the burning city, a silhouette advanced, concealed under thick black cape covered in ashes. Timur Glazkov might not be as dead as believed. The great hall of the Minsk palace echoed with the clamor of the insurgents. Shouts of victory, hoarse laughter, and the clinking of metal mugs, the banners stamped with Timur Glazkov's seal, and then had been torn down and trampled, their black fabric trailing in pools of dried blood on the cold concrete floor. On the steel throne, Lev, the former right-hand man of the voivode, savored his triumph. His face was marked by the fatigue of battles, but his eyes shone with victorious gleam. Around him, his men celebrated their seizure of power, convinced that Timur was dead. "He has fallen!" shouted one of the inebriated insurgents, raising his rifle in the air. "The tyrant is dead!" Cheers answered him. Lev leaned back against the throne's backrest, and a satisfied smile stretching his lips. Everything had gone as planned. Timur's forces had been scattered, hunted, and eliminated. Minsk now belonged to the rebels. That's when the first shivers of doubt crept into the euphoria. A strange silence settled in, as if the air held its breath. Then a low rumble echoed through the corridors. Ads! 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 No! Please! Not ads! Anything! I swear! Please, just not ads! I beg of you, my arch nemesis, my worst fears, my enemy of life. No ads! Why? It's not fair. It's not fair, guys. Ads are killing me slowly but surely without knowing how far we are with plenty of what? Huh? Who? What? Yeah, okay, Cap, good, yeah, okay, yup, love it, sweet, good, sick, woo, yes. Ads are good, I mean, what? Yeah, you heard it first. Heard it first here. Ads. The new #1 ad is ads and all ads. The add to ads and then add with ads for ads. And you get Super Saiyan 10 ads with times 1,000. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. Times 9,000 Kaioken. Fucking beat that Ultra Instinct. Strange silence settled as if the air held its breath. Then a low rumble echoed through the corridors. Lev straightened abruptly. It wasn't a simple collapse from the fights. He knew that sound. An explosion rang out, blasting the heavy hall doors and the deafening crash. Shockwaves swept the room, throwing some insurgents to the ground as a cloud of dust and smoke invaded the space. Cries of surprise turned to screams of panic, and from the chaos, shadows emerged. Fists First, dozens of men armed to the teeth advancing in tight formation. They gunned down without hesitation the insurgents still standing, methodical, merciless. Then, amid the carnage, a silhouette finally detached from the smoke. Tamir Glazkov. He walked slowly, like a specter returning from the dead, his long black fur coat flapping in the drafts. One hand on his rifle, the other on his knife's hilt. His face, barred by a fresh gash, remained impassive as he surveyed the scene. Lev felt fear seep into his guts. "Impossible," he murmured. Timur stopped at the foot of the throne, dominating the man still seated there. "So that's it," he murmured. "The great Lev, the traitor, the rat who thought I saw nothing." Lev tried to compose himself, placing a trembling hand on his pistol. You were supposed to be dead," he spat. Timur stretched a cold smile. "Dead?" He glanced around. "I let you win." An icy silence fell over the room, surveying insurgents. Those not yet mowed down by the shots froze. Lev himself had felt a shiver run down his spine. "What did you think? You could simply take minks that I just let myself be slaughtered like a dog?" Tamir took a step forward. "I knew you were gonna strike. I knew who you were. I knew that if I let you believe in your victory, you'd all gather in the same place." "Queen, yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Callie has a new ASMR, boyfriend ASMR. You should check it out. I thought it was really good. He's improved a lot. He tried something new, and I think it worked. But I need your opinion on it because you're an actual woman." "52 completed. Hell yeah, Sean. Let's go." Turned his head slightly toward his men standing in ranks behind him. "And now you're mine." Lev barely had time to react. Can we listen to it here, or should I listen on my own? We can listen to it after this story if you want, Queen. But, you know, go check it out, give it a like, and give it a comment, and watch it muted in the background anyways, just to, you know, boost Callie. Lev fell to his knees. Oh wait, where are we? Lev barely had time to react. Timur grabbed him by the collar and yanked him from his throne, throwing him violently to the ground. Lev fell to his knees. Timur lowered his weapon and pressed the barrel against the traitor's sweaty forehead. The traitor trembled before Timur Glazkov. Gun's barrel pressed against his forehead, sweat beaded on his livid face, while the heavy silence of the great hall let only the crackling of flames in the braziers he heard. Tamir didn't avert his glacial gaze. "Queen!" There's Callie. There was no hesitation, no doubt, just the implacid, "I'm going back to bed." "No, Callie, why are you leaving us? Don't leave us." Tamir didn't avert his glacial gaze. There was no hesitation, no doubt, just the implacable certainty of the judgment about to fall. "As you can see, I'm not dead." His voice, calm and sharp as a cleaver, made the remaining insurgents shudder. "Look at me." Lev dared to raise his eyes and saw only death in the voivode's steel pupils. His lips trembled, desperately seeking an excuse, a plea, but Timur gave him no time. "It is I who am your king." The next instant, a dry detonation cracked in the air. Lev collapsed, a trail of blood splattering the hall's floor. His inert body lay at Timur's feet, like a silent warning to anyone who would still dare question his authority. The voivode slowly lowered his weapon and scanned the still-living insurgents, frozen in absolute terror. Then he turned his head toward his men. "Now that this matter is settled," he took a step forward, absent-mindedly wiping his pistol's barrel on his cape. Then, with a voice that resonated in the hall, implacable and sovereign, "Go fetch your queen." Soldiers exchanged a glance before nodding and executing. The single In the silent palace, only the voivode's shadow still dominated, immutable and indomitable. Storm had passed. Timur Glazov reigned again. In the north of Europe, in the Valkar's village, preparations continued. Agitation reigned everywhere. Between the tents and solid houses, warriors busied themselves, harnessing the mechanical mounts that would carry them to the court of the king of the north. Dan observed this ballad in silence. He was leaning on a stone brick wall, hands in his pockets, scanning the disciplined comings and goings of the Valkars. Their way of life was fascinating, the crossroads of the old world and the necessities of the present. They had adapted without even renouncing their identity. No uniforms, no rigid hierarchy, like in other European tribes, but absolute respect for customs and strength. Children were already initiated into knife handling under the strict supervision of their elders. There was no complacency here, only the necessity to be ready to survive. Alice, seated on a rock nearby, cast a skeptical glance at the young Valkars. "These kids handle daggers better than I do," she murmured, tugging at her aviator jacket. "They have no choice," Den replied. "It's not a question of talent, it's a question of life or death." Alice fixed on him. "Don't you think it's a bit too much? We didn't grow up here." They were interrupted by a hearty laugh behind them. "And what do you think, that we're forced to live like this?" Den and Alice turned. A young man with blonde hair, tied in a ponytail and shaved sides, looked at them with his piercing blue eyes. He wore a leather anorak padded with fur, and a machete hung from his belt. He was tall, solidly built, but his expression betrayed a certain amusement. "Gunner," he introduced himself, crossing his arms over his chest. "And you? What are your names?" "Denisovich, but you can call me Den." "She's Alice." Gunner inclined his head slightly before turning his gaze back to Alice. His smile widened slightly. "So you think we're too hard on our children?" Alice straightened. "I'm just saying, learning to handle a knife before knowing how to read is a bit extreme. We learn to survive here. The cold doesn't give children time to remain weak." Alice opened her mouth to reply, but Den cut her off. "It's the same with the Ash tribes. If you don't know how to handle a weapon, you don't live long." Gunner nodded. "You understand," patted Den's shoulder before turning his gaze to the village's agitation. "So, how come you're hanging out with a voivodine?" he asked, rubbing his hands. Dan and Alice looked at each other before replying. "She hired us as guides for the north. We're stalkers by trade." We knew nothing of her rank. The north wind whistled through the gaps in the wooden palisades, lifting swirls of fine snow. Vanya stood motionless in the center of a circle of warriors, her face closed. There were about 10 of them, seated on crates or standing, clutching their weapons. Their heavy coats were covered in frost, their faces weathered by cold and battles. Away from the village's main squares, they had gathered here, between the wood houses and makeshift walls, sheltered from prying eyes. Group's veteran, a man in his 50s, with a face scarred by cicatrice? I don't know how to say that word. Cicatrice? Cicatrice stepped forward. "My queen," Vanya crossed her arms. Her lips pinched into a Athenianoid line. "Don't call me that." The man didn't blink, his gaze anchored in hers. "You will always be our queen." Shook her head slowly. "Return to Minsk. Timur needs you more." "Callie!" "Than I do." The silence weighed on the assembly. None of them moved. A bit in the background, Dan and Alice observed the scene, arms crossed. Alice leaned slightly toward her companion, a sly smile. Who would have thought this woman was the voivodine of Minsk? You never know. She murmured. Dan raised an eyebrow. "It's bad for business. If something had happened to her under our protection, we'd have been crucified in the public square." Alice nodded, casting a glance at the warriors encircling Vanya. "Now that she's surrounded by our war dogs, we don't have to worry anymore." In front of them, Vanya persisted, trying to rid herself of her unwanted protectors. "I order you to return to the fortress." She launched her tone harsher. Veteran sketched a slight smile. If you are no longer our queen, then you can no longer give us orders. He approached slightly, defying her gaze. We will protect you, whether you want us to or not. The icy silence fell over the square. Vanya took a deep breath. Fists clenched. Then she sighed, annoyed, before casting a lasting glance at the men facing her. Fine, but don't get in my way. She turned on her heels, walking away with a firm step. Behind her, the warriors didn't move. They didn't need orders to follow, the one they had sworn to serve. Gunner's tent was a battlefield. Gutted bags littered the floor. Assembled weapons awaited checking, and his fur coat was thrown over a wobbly stool. Every gesture was precise, quick, almost mechanical. Tried not to think, just to act. But he knew it wouldn't last. He felt her presence before even hearing her voice. No. One word. Sharp. He didn't interrupt his gesture, tightening the straps of his bag, but he felt the tension in the air. I don't need your permission, he snapped, dryly. Hjordis entered, her coat still covered in snow. Her eyes shone with cold fury. But there was something else, something indefinable. You won't go. You're going to stop me. He finally fixed on her. She stood straight, arms crossed, her steely gaze locked on him. You don't even realize where you're stepping into, she growled. You're leaving with strangers for a war that's not yours. You think I'm a kid and capable of making his own decisions? You are a kid, Gunner burst into laughter. Dry laugh without joy. Ah, of course, because you've decided I'm still one. Huh, like always. Hjordis opened her mouth to retort, but he didn't give her time. You coddle me, you watch me, you tell me what to do as if I'm incapable of surviving without you. But have you ever thought that maybe I'm sick of it? Sick of every time I want to make a damn decision, you're there to block me? He violently threw his bag onto the table. I'm not a kid, Hjordis. She didn't respond immediately. He saw her throat tighten slightly, but she straightened and breathed more calmly. You're not ready. And it's up to you to decide that. Yes, the words snapped in the icy air. Gunner clenched his fist. You're my sister, not my mother. Hjordis froze. The air became heavy. He saw her jaws contract, her breath quicken. Then, slowly, she raised her head and fixed him straight in the eye. And she dropped the truth. Exactly. I am. Crushing silence fell in the tent. Gunner blinked as if words made no sense. His heart tightened brutally. His breath caught in his chest. What? Hjordis didn't look away. I am your mother, Gunner. The world tilted. The beats of his heart echoed like war drums in his ears. His whole body ignited with raw, uncontrolled rage. He took a step back, shook his head, his gaze wild. No, a nervous laugh escaped him, dry and incredulous. No, this is a fucking joke. Hjordis didn't move. She let him process. But he didn't want to process. You're kidding, right? She didn't answer. Gunner felt a burning wave rise in his throat. Violent, merciless anger. He pointed at her, his arms trembling. You were 20. 15. Her voice was calm. The gunner exploded. 15! Backed away further, eyes wide, searching for a lie, a trap, a mistake, but no. It was there, right before his eyes. It had always been there. You lied my whole life. Hjordis finally opened her mouth. I protected you. You lied to me, he yelled. Fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. Fuck. You looked me in the eyes my whole fucking life and you lied to me. His breath was short. He felt his legs tremble. But he didn't want to weaken before her. Hjordis took a step forward, but he backed away immediately. Don't touch me. His voice was a low, broken growl. He no longer saw her as before. No longer as Hjordis, the big sister he respected despite her excesses. Now she was a stranger, and he had to leave. Without another word, he snatched his bag from the table and slung the strap over his shoulder. Hjordis opened her mouth to speak, but he cut her off with a dark look. I'm leaving! His tone was final. She said nothing. Gunner turned away and stormed out of the tent, the icy wind biting his face. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he couldn't stay here anymore. Interesting twist there, Nico. didn't know she was that much older than him? What is this, like a thing that does the village know this? Like, is this like a thing that's like just him? Or just her? Like, it makes it hard to believe that he's gone all this time without even having a hint of it. And why would the village go along with it? But who knows? It feels kind of random. But I'm not sure, Nico. Oh no, it's a really good chapter. Jump back and forth is a little awkward, but I'm pretty sure that's a formatting issue because of the translation. Excuse me, I was in the restroom. No worries, Nico. The Hjordis being his mother felt like really abrupt, you know? And it's almost unbelievable that he would never find out through the village. Like, why would the village kind of be protecting him and saying, does the village know that Hjordis is his mom? Is she just fucking with him? Like, feels really weird. Maybe there's only certain people that knew? It's not the born village of Hjordis. I don't know what that means, Nico. Oh, it's not where she's from! It's not where it's not where Hjordis is from. She wasn't born there. So they wouldn't know that. She arrived later. Ah, I see. So no one would be able to know. Okay. Maybe maybe you stated that in the last chapter when we were introduced to them. But maybe make that more clear through like other characters that they are kind of foreigners. In a way. But yeah, totally a solid chapter. The back and forth, the origins, the voivode with Vanya. All solid background moments. And like, oh my god, the conniving with that. Like, letting the guy think that he won to let his guard down. Fucking prime, dude. That shit is prime. One giant W. Now, we want Callie's ASMR boyfriend stuff. Alright. So now we listen to Callie's thing again. If everyone's prepared. It's a little quiet.
There now. I know you're feeling weak. It's to be expected. You gave so much. But it was worth every drop. After all, you agreed to forever with me. You just didn't read the fine print. There. Just rest. Let me take care of you. It's what I do best. Do you remember that night? The one where you
true,
the
Queen.
Arboretum, and the moonlight was so bright. I turned the leaves on the poplars to silver coins. You were shivering, so I wrapped my coat around you. You looked up at me, and your eyes, they were so full of trust, so full of that beautiful mortal faith in someday. And you said, forever. You said it so easily, didn't you? So sweetly. Like it was just a simple promise between two ordinary people. But I knew, even then, that our forever would be.
I'm confused. Is he telling me a story?
I knew you were the one. I've wandered for centuries.
He's describing his life as a vampire and the reason why you're so important
And then
to him.
I saw you. And you actually saw me. Not the monsters others pull away from, but something you wanted. You were willing to give yourself to me, so ready to be mine. And I have never, in all my long, long years, felt a gratitude so complete. This world, my love, is a cruel place. It uses people up, drains them of their light, and leaves them hollow. I would never let that happen to you. Never. Here, with me, you're safe. You're treasured. You are the absolute center of my universe. This is your sanctuary, and I am its keeper. The weakness you feel right now, it's just an echo of the beautiful gift you gave me. A gift that has bound us together. Don't fight it. Just breathe. Just breathe for me. Let me get
I
you
don't like the
something.
mouth sounds.
You need to strengthen it up.
What? I don't like them either. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of stuff is not my cup of tea. Like, that shit makes me fucking
Drink this.
furious. Like, it actually, like
It's a tonic. I
like
perfected
makes me
over the
angry.
years.
Like the like
It's rich in all the things you will need to recover, to thrive.
it's like, oh my fucking god, kill me.
Come on, my love. Don't look at it like that. It's for you. It's for us.
Yeah, no
You
offense,
see,
Callie.
This kind
The
of
voice is
love,
great, but like the licking
It isn't
whisper,
just
like
about
licking
not
sound, like licking your
aging.
lips,
It's a delicate state.
or like swallowing. Like, you want
It's
heavy
balance.
breathing instead. Breathing is the one you want.
Maintenance.
Everyone can deal with breathing, but that
I've
shit's like
taken
nails on
it
a fucking
upon
chalkboard to
myself
me.
be one who ensures your well-being.
That's just us, Callie. There could be an even bigger, you know. So,
Think
you know,
of me
try
as
different
your
things,
guardian.
right? And be like, what did you like about this? This is what I tried about this video. And then try and do that in the pinned comments. And see if people will go
It
into the
is my
comment section.
privilege to ensure you last
So don't just
forever.
don't erase it just because of us. But, you
The
know,
way we live
think in
now,
the fact of there are people out there that don't like it. So, you know, one on, one
what we
off, right?
used to will soon feel.
Then you have to kind of judge based upon that. Maybe you
Unsatisfying.
could even say that in, like, the title.
Your body is
Like the
changing
types
now.
of different sounds that it has.
It's a
Like this is like lick lips, heavy breathing, you know?
A new kind of sustenance.
Swallowing sounds.
One that only I can provide. You want to be strong for me.
Yeah, that's a thing in ASMR.
don't
Exactly.
You?
Absolutely is.
You want your eternity.
Have you ever watched Falcor the Book Fox? Callie, you have to have watched Falcor.
Don't you? Of course you do. This is just the first step. A necessary one. It's a great responsibility. But I gladly accept it. Because a love like ours, a love that lasts forever, is worth any price. You're hesitating. Why? Don't you trust me? After everything, I chose you. Out of all the souls that have ever walked this earth, I chose you. I have watched empires rise and crumble to dust, my love. My existence has been a long...
I like the mouth sounds. It makes my head
road,
tingle.
You are
See, that's a thing for you, Callie.
the thing I never thought I'd find. So, drink. Still refusing. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope to ease you into this, but perhaps being direct is its own type of kindness. My nature, my very being. It requires a specific kind of nourishment.
Is the story okay? The
The
story's great, Callie. I love the story. Like, I thought this one was your best one yet, because I love the whisper, I love the story. The whole thing is like, oh my god, you know, I'm the one, he chose me over everyone else. I'm the important one. All I have to do is drink blood and let him drink my blood.
But then I found you. The scent of your life. The very sound of your blood. It's unique. It's the only thing that truly sustains me. The only thing that can give me the strength to protect you. To keep you. To love you like you deserve. Do you understand now? The weakness you're feeling. It's because I fed from you. Just
It did the worst of the three.
our first real communion. When you agreed
But
forever.
but didn't you release this one 8 hours ago, Callie? So you would have released it in the morning? I don't think releasing it in the morning is the best way to go. You want to release it at night. So then people watch it through the night as they're falling asleep.
Perfect reserve. The only thing that will ever touch my lips again. We're closer than any two souls can ever be. You are literally a part of me now, fueling my heart, my strength. You are my life in every sense of the word. This isn't a curse. It's the ultimate intimacy, the ultimate act of devotion. Hey, calm down. Shh, don't be scared. Look at me. Don't you dare pull away. There's nothing to be afraid of. I know you're confused. I can feel the panic in your veins. It's intoxicating. But you need to listen to my voice. Only my voice.
True, Callie.
You think this is monstrous? Cruel? No, my love. This is salvation. You're scared because you're still thinking like a mortal. A mind that fears death, that fears change. I'm freeing you from all that. I'm tying your existence to mine, anchoring you to me for eternity. I'm making sure you can never be lost. I'm making you so completely mine that nothing could ever take you away. The world out there would have hurt you. It would have used your beauty and thrown you away when you got old. Sickness, age, death. They were all coming for you. I saved you from that. I'm giving you a perfect, unchanging life where you will be adored and worshipped for all time. I'm doing this to keep you safe, to keep you mine. You just can't see the sheer scale of my love for you yet. It's a love that does what is necessary. It's a love that consumes. This isn't a prison, my darling. It's a paradise for two.
True, Callie.
The only thing that matters here is our bond.
Did you write the story, or did you just find
My
the story
need
again,
for
Callie?
you. Your purpose is not the most sacred one there is. To sustain the one who loves you more than life itself. Can't you see how beautiful that is? How perfect. Now, let's try this again.
Oh, excuse me. Guys, I was thinking, what,
Let's
Callie?
get your strength
Bless you.
back
Thank you.
for me. Drink the tonic. It will replenish what you've given.
Got this idea from a Reddit
It
guy.
will make you strong again,
Okay.
so you can give to
Chicken
me
butt?
again. This is the rhythm of our new life. A sacred exchange, just between us. That's it. Good. So obedient. So perfect for me. It's delicious, isn't it? You can feel the life flowing back into you. A life that belongs entirely to me now. A life I will cherish more than any other thing.
True, Callie. Very powerful. Very powerful. So now, Sean! If no one else is here, 'tis your turn, good sir. "48 growing pains." I should premiere my videos and then start my stream after. The problem with that, Callie, is if you do every video as a premiere, it doesn't seem important. So save your premieres for, like, big things, right? Like, I'm gonna do my premieres. Oh my god, did I just crash? The fuck? Nope, just lagging. I'm gonna do my premieres on the new story of each series. Right? So if it's story 1 of a new series, that will be a premiere. Nothing else will be. So our goal for Friday and Saturday is actually now 2 stories a week. Or 3 and then 2, because we'll have the premiere of a new story. Then we'll have 2 follow-up stories, so that'll be 3 for the first week, and then the second week will be 2, and we'll do sets of 5 stories. And then 5 shorts, 1 for each story. That's the current setup that we're trying to go for. Toke, 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 toke. I want to do audios on Ko-Fi and have them all be themed. I'll have 3 videos per bundle and put it in my shop. That's a great idea, Callie. That is a fantastic idea. No! Okay, good. Last one. Okay. Oh, fuck, it died. Okay. Alright. We have Sean's story. Chapter 49. Also want to do audios for anyone who subscribes, or poetry for anyone who sends bits, and read a page of my book chosen by followers. Hell yeah, Callie. Those are amazing ideas. I love it. Oops, I don't know why I put this in here. Okay, chapter 48, Sean. Latessa hadn't been overestimating how quickly her chosen women would arrive. If anything, she had underestimated just how determined they'd be to reach my side. There were 6 new frame lines parked by my treehouse within an hour's time, and an additional 2 shortly after that. Final 2 craft held all 3 of the remaining women. Their names, after Latessa, were Vicari, Minata, Perolessa, Trena, Martina, Garina, Chelsea, Parisi, and Janala. Things are getting a little crowded, aren't they? I commented. I don't mind how close we have to sleep, Trena stated, and all my new wives nodded in emphatic agreement. You're sure? Perolessa asked timidly. We don't have the greatest reputations, or looks. I glared at her. Now that will be quite enough of that. Reputations created by a monstrous people that have still failed to realize how evil they were don't matter in the slightest. As to your looks, I won't tolerate any wives denying how amazingly beautiful they are. If we didn't need to eat dinner, I'd already be stripping the lot of you for a night's fun. Trust my opinion on how you look, at least if you need anyone's opinion besides your own, that is. Exactly so, sisters. You are beautiful, even in my eyes. I hope you won't mind if I attend to you as well, commented Cora, her wolf tail wagging fiercely in excitement. Truly, all of you are quite lovely. I don't know why the Grawl pay any attention to the From's lies, Corinna proclaimed. I wish there was some way of punishing their deeds today, but none of the current From have any direct involvement with the crimes of their forebears. Too right, you lasses are perfect in the way you are, declared Maud. Tad tall for my kind, but then who isn't? Giggle. You included my people in that list, Maud, asked Miley. Well, okay, yeah, got me there. You got me there. I suppose Georges ain't that tall either. Georges came in from the side to hug Maud with obvious affection. Vicaria spoke out. Wait, do all of you, does James allow? It's so embarrassing to even ask. James likes us being intimate with each other almost as much as he likes being intimate with us himself, Jean stated, licking her lips in anticipation. Adults are gross, cried Matt. I ruffled his hair and scratched his raccoon ears. Sorry, buddy, but adults are gross, and you will be just as gross when you're old enough. You're like 13, right? He nodded. Not so much more than a year till you start getting those urges yourself. Gabby and Missa looked at Matt in a strange combination of concern and impatience. I took the increase in our family into account, and by this time tomorrow, there will be an expansion to the bedroom installed. We figured out how to use our molecular synthesizer to speed up the construction process. Once that's done, we'll move our crew to Guyana to start the sewage treatment project with Yvonne. We had been settled at the table, eating for some time at this point. Lisa sat straighter in her seat. Thanks to the tree ant, we've got seeds for every tree on Tellus. We had samples of every type of tree in the entire world shipped here, so she could do her thing. She asked if we could take them to Guyana in order to get them sprouted quicker. I nodded. Sure thing. Anything to jumpstart the improvements to the forests of Tellus is a go for me. You don't even need to ask, just make the arrangements. I was, to put it mildly, reluctant to leave the bed the next morning. My wives had not taken things easy. Some of my pregnant wives were, if anything, more eager. Groaned sluggishly, I hauled my carcass out of the bed. Nothing hurt, but I had been worn out. I took the hottest shower I could stand to take, and that soothed the muscle aches and helped me wake up. On the table was a stack of 100 single-ounce bars of gold, looking like they had been crudely smelted at a camp rather than a properly refined bar. Transferring them to my pack, I made to stash them in my pickup truck. As I was moving down the stairs to the truck, I noted the boxes of the tree seeds and collected them as well. With everything loaded into the truck, I moved back to the dining table for breakfast. Maggie had happily taken over the cooking duties and had prepared a fantastic spread. This looks great, I commented. Maggie blushed, but her smile outshone that. I hope you find that it tastes as good as it looks. She was rather timid about her cooking skills. Everyone else trudged into the dining area and took their seats around our very crowded table. Breakfast was a somewhat silent affair. All of us were tired from last night's endeavors. Amazing food. Did you make this, James? Asked Nayla. I shook my head and pointed at Maggie. Was it really good enough to think it was James's? Asked Maggie. Marta hugged her. You bet it was. Karenna looked amused. I wish I could comment, but lacking the ability to eat, I'm stuck with just watching. Did smell just as good as James's cooking does. Why do you seem embarrassed? Asked Gorgeous. Cooking is men's work in Guyana. So me taking an interest in it is uncommon, Maggie replied, somewhat embarrassed still. The alarm went off, and I swirled to look at the screen. There, a small car pulled up to the clearing. Who the hell? Ran down the stairs with my shotgun in hand. A woman, very pregnant and scared to death, looked out of the car. Where's Mary? That eased my tension a lot. She's out. Who are you, and why are you so panicked? Put my shotgun on my back to show I meant no harm to her. I'm Kate. She and we're friends. She's the only one I could think of to ask for any help. She was mad at me because she didn't like the guy I was with. She didn't trust him. Turns out she was right. When that douche found out he knocked me up, the solution was to get an abortion. When I said no, he decided that he'd do it himself and include me in the bargain. I've been running from that psycho ever since. I'm like totally out of cash, and I barely made it up here. Can I get like $20 for a gas tank at least? I don't mean to put anyone in danger, but she broke down sobbing. I wrenched the car door open. You're not running anywhere else. Come on. I can put you somewhere he can never reach you. If he shows up here, he'll disappear without a trace. It's guy, whoever he was, would pay. No, I can't. You'll be in danger. I don't want... I unclipped her seatbelt, picked up her body, picked her up bodily, and hauled her up the stairs and into the house. He's right. You're safer here with us than anywhere in your world, stated Latessa. We've got better defenses than anyone you'll ever meet in your homeworld. Trust our husband. We'll protect you. Tressa took control of Kate, and the sight of her ears instantly made her forget about her worries. I've got her. I think I'll take her to Guyana, to the Guyana side, and pass some healing magic through her. She should go to the manor for a proper healing session, though. A little while. Miley, can you rig her car to be remote controlled? She nodded in affirmation. Great. Get whatever you need to make that happen, and after we no longer need it to work, make sure the tech you add self-destructs so nobody can reverse engineer it. We're going to drive her empty car off the edge of the road so it lands in a ravine. Can you get a sample of her DNA so we can make it look like she died in a car accident? Absolutely. It'll take me about 10 minutes. She ran off to attend to her work, and Rana went with her. My stuff, cried Kate. Don't worry, I'm going to have Karen here copy everything so you can keep everything. But also have everything in the car for authenticity purposes. The fuck do you mean you're going to copy everything? Kate was understandably confused and concerned. You'll see. It'll happen right here in this room. I'm going to get your stuff. Amazed, she watched on in mute shock as a flurry of activity happened around her. 10 minutes later, with all her things copied and replaced into the car with enough genetic material for realism, she musically watched as her car drove off by itself. I'll buy you a new car if you want me to, but first, I'm taking you to my sister. There are better healers there. People show up every chapter. Next chapter better be the government. I'm holding it to you, Sean. I need more conflict. Not that quick, but he's got his scope of vanilla now. Nice. A lot of names to remember at the beginning, but I don't think it's important, so I would almost recommend just not even listing their names until you introduce them. I mean, Mary won't let Kate go anywhere now she's finally safe. Yeah. Sounds about right. And then Mary also has, like, a friend that's, like, someone from Earth, right? So it's like she's not, like, alone in the world, essentially, right? I guess the way to say it is, like, you know, it's stereotypical, but it's the, women don't want to ask for help, but they want to be helped. It's like, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need to ask for help. Can you help me? It's like, you can be strong and independent and still ask for help. Asking for help doesn't weaken your strength or your independence. It's reliance in full. But everyone needs help now and then. It's going to be very difficult to make the Grawl individuals. It's a lot easier with multiple different species in the house. Yeah. I mean, it is a harem after all, right? It's literally a repopulation harem story at this point. I love it. Yeah, boom. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Another one down. With 2 worlds, too, yeah. So you can, like, have all the back and forth that you need to, like, fill in the holes with things. You got the technological side that's ahead. You got the multiple race side, like, feudal era level, kind of. Like, you know, maybe just going into the industrial age. But not very technological at all. And it also makes James's knowledge of the world less world-changing, because no matter what information he has, Tellus is gonna be way more advanced, right? So maybe he can come up with the ideas to do stuff, but at the end of the day, they have the technology that way surpasses his actual ability. So you don't have to have it be like, oh, now I have to build and facilitate the entirety of it. I just have to have the ideas of having that in-between primitiveness where people would just assume things at a high level of technology, like you would assume things in normal society, right? Yup, and when they get the maps of the 3 worlds, who knows what's gonna happen then, right? They'll have a full picture of what's actually going on, which I'm sure will be very interesting. And being able to, like, pick out, like, you know, like I said, if it falls into the root of communication and spying, that kind of technology is literally like nuclear weapons to that society. So now we do, of course, Eye of the World. I think all allied nations to Verona's nation will have unexplained meteor impacts that all miraculously reveal magicite deposits. I don't know, man. That's a real coincidence. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? But yeah, that is kind of weird if you look at where they fell. You know, I mean, but none happened here. Like, you know, you'd think if you're saying and implying what I think you're saying and implying, wouldn't we like reveal that shit in our own backyard? Why the hell would we give it to anyone else? Especially publicly like that. That seems a little bit off the rails, don't you think? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Doing the obviously stupid thing to make it so people don't believe that it was you that did it, because it would be so dumb for you to do something like that. And they're like, exactly. Exactly. That's what happens. Alright, so I guess we could watch the Iliad Part 3, right? Before we do Eye of the World, actually. And eventually, when it's discovered that it was on purpose, it will be a service that the other nations would feel like they owed Verona's nation. Hasn't happened yet, but I can see it coming maybe. Ah.
Myths are not stories that are untrue. Rather, they are tales that don't fit neatly into the historical record, which serve as a foundation to a culture. Dawn breaks on high-walled Troy. Waves gently lap the shores as gulls cry out to the morning sun. But against this tranquil backdrop, the Achaeans ready for war, because Agamemnon has been sent a favorable dream from Zeus himself, stating that the gods are with him, so victory is assured. Or so it would seem. The time has finally come. After 9 long years, the Trojans will meet the Achaeans in battle once again. The armies advance, and as they draw close, Paris steps forward from the Trojan ranks, frightfully adorned in a leopard skin, with a curved bow on his shoulders and 2 bronze-tipped spears. He then dares any of the Achaeans to meet him in single combat. Menelaus sees this and immediately accepts the challenge, eager to finally end things and enact vengeance on his rival. But then Paris is so intimidated that he falls back into the Trojan ranks. Turns out spending 10 years hiding out at home isn't the best practice for battle after all. But while the Achaeans laugh and mock Paris, his brother Hector, commander of the Trojan forces, rebukes him.
Are you nothing but good looks? Or is there a warrior in there? Where is the man who was willing to risk everything to get what he wanted?
I'm now curious just how dark James's dark side is going to be if that douche shows up. There might just be some missing finger and toenails as well as missing teeth. Then instead of killing him, maybe make him the first Varese slave. True.
You stole that man's wife. Go and learn what kind of man he is.
Paris is ashamed. His brother is right. He will fight for Helen. He agrees to the duel, and Agamemnon and Hector call a truce to determine the conditions. Menelaus and Paris alone will fight, and the victor will win Helen. But no matter who wins, the Achaeans and the Trojans will declare peace, and the Achaeans will sail home. The duel begins. Paris strikes first, throwing a spear, but it lodges in Menelaus' shield. Menelaus then prays, Lord Zeus, grant me vengeance on the man who has wronged me. Let me break him beneath my hands, so that even generations to come will shudder to think of betraying another man. The prayer complete, he throws his spear, and it cuts through Paris' side, injuring him but sparing his life. Menelaus then draws his sword and moves in to strike the finishing blow, bringing his blade down upon Paris' helmet. But the armor holds, and Menelaus' weapon shatters on impact. Frustrated, he grabs Paris' helmet and drags him toward the Achaean line, while Paris chokes and struggles. And then the Achaeans descend on him until he's barely conscious. Finally, Menelaus rushes forward, ready to strike the killing blow. All seems lost for Paris. But as fate would have it, Zeus was not the only god watching. Seeing that her favorite mortal was in peril, Aphrodite descends from Olympus and whisks Paris away to the safety of his own home in a thick cloud of perfumed mist. When the mortals realized what has happened, Agamemnon steps in front of his army and declares that, since Menelaus was unquestionably the winner, Helen should be returned to him at once. And while the Achaeans cheer, the gods had some deliberating to do. They call an emergency meeting on Mount Olympus. Exhausted from the years of conflict, Zeus agrees with Agamemnon. Menelaus won the duel, so the 9-year war can end. Sounds good, right? Right, guys? But Hera and Athena don't want to hear it, and Hera in particular is not okay with this plan. She hates Paris, she hates Troy, and she resents that her husband has not taken her side. She will not accept a truce. And so, with no other choice, Zeus sends Athena, goddess of war, back down to incite the Achaeans and Trojans once more. Although both sides are still under truce, Athena appears before one of the Trojan leaders and promises him glory if he can take down Menelaus. Foolishly, he draws his bow and fires at the Achaean king, while then Athena cruelly tilts the arrow so that it only wounds him. Shocked at the violation of the truce, Agamemnon immediately orders the troops to prepare to fight. The
Gotta love
armies
it.
clash violently, and the war begins again in a staggering amount of bloodshed. The gods then choose their champions. Some watch from afar, while others disguise themselves as mortals and wade into the fray. And Athena uses this opportunity to play a little prank. She appears before an Achaean warrior and grants him the ability to distinguish gods from men. But she warns him not to fight any of them except Aphrodite. Then when Aphrodite sees another of her favored mortals about to be killed, she intervenes again. But now being able to see her, and having a different goddess on his side, the blessed warrior strikes Aphrodite in the hand, wounding her. With tears streaming down her face, she flees back to Olympus, and Zeus says it serves her right. She's the goddess of love after all, and has no place on the battlefield. Sulking, and recognizing that her sister Athena has won, Aphrodite stays on Olympus. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Ares is getting ready to rumble. With the literal personification of war on their side, the Trojans feel their hearts surge with courage, and their bodies fill with a new strength. Hector's forces rally, and the brutal power of Ares helps them push the Achaeans all the way back to their camp. But now Hera and Athena are upset that their brother is tilting the battle so far in their enemy's favor. So with Zeus's blessing, they fly to the aid of the Achaeans. And as the goddesses empower them, one Achaean is able to drive a spear through Ares' belly. With a furious cry of pain and rage, it is now Ares who retreats back to Olympus. Their brother now off the field. Hera and Athena attempt to swing the battle back to the Achaeans.
Fucking women.
That is, of course, until Zeus.
This all started because the fucking Aphrodite made them fall in love in the first place.
Ridiculous. He commands them to leave the
What a
field.
joke.
This has all gone on too long. So now, with the gods off the field, or are they, the Trojans continue to press their advantage. When night comes, they camp outside of their walls to prevent the Achaeans from sailing back home in the cover of darkness and to hold on to their advantage for the next morning's fighting. The Achaeans are utterly demoralized. This was supposed to be their day, but now they're on the brink of defeat with nowhere to run. There's only one person who can help them out of this, and he's been sulking in his tent this whole time. But luckily for
Aphrodite was a beautiful yet cruel
Achilles
being.
was
True.
about to get angry.
The hotter they are, the
And if you
crazier
were
they are,
You
Sean.
weren't going to like him when he was angry. Legendary thanks to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Mustia, Dominic
Ooh,
Valenciana,
oh, we already
Gunnar
gave it a
Clovis,
like.
Kyle Murgatroyd, and Oriel's One for helping to...
Yeah, so go give that guy a view, give him a like, give him a sub. Seems pretty decent stuff. You like mythology, go check that out. Alright, Marion has an appointment at 9 in the morning, so I better get off and blast everyone. Alright, see you, Sean. Have a great night, good sir. Take care. Always good having you, brother. We'll see you again. Alright, we got Eye of the World now. Fuck. Three, two, one, toe. Alright, chapter 27. Shelter from the storm. Perrin fretted over the days spent with the Tuathon traveling south and east in a leisurely fashion. Traveling people saw no need to hurry. They never did. The colorful wagons did not roll out of a morning until the sun was well above the horizon. They stopped as early as mid-afternoon if they came across a congenial spot. Dogs trotted easily alongside the wagons, and often the children did too. They had no difficulty in keeping up. Any suggestion they might go further or more quickly was met with laughter, perhaps, but would you make the poor horses work so hard? He was surprised that Elias did not share his feelings. Elias would not ride on the wagons. He preferred to walk, sometimes loping around at the head of the column, but he never suggested leaving or pressing on ahead. The strange bearded man in his strange skin clothes was so different from the gentle Tuathan that he stood out wherever he went among the wagons. Even from across the camp, there was no mistaking Elias for one of the people. And not just because of the clothes. Elias moved with the lazy grace of a wolf, only emphasized by his skin and his fur hat, radiating danger and as naturally as a fire radiated heat. Contrast with the traveling people was sharp. Young and old, people were joyful on their feet. There was no danger in their grace, only delight. Their children darted about, filled with the pure zest of moving. Of course, but among the Tuathan, greybeards and grandmothers, too, still stepped lightly, their walk a stately dance, no less exuberant for its dignity. All the people seemed on the point of dancing, even when standing still, even during the rare times when there was no music in the camp. Fiddles and flutes, dulcimers and zithers and drums spun harmony and counterpoint after the wagons at almost an hour. Around the wagons at almost any hour. In camp or on the move. Joyous songs, merry songs, laughing songs, sad songs. If someone was awake in the camp, there was usually music. Elias met friendly nods and smiles at every wagon he passed, and a cheerful word at any fire where he passed. This must be the face of people always showed to outsiders. Open, smiling faces, but Perrin had learned that hidden beneath the surface was a wariness of a half-tamed deer. Something deep laying behind the smiles directed at Edmund's fielders, something that wondered if they were safe, something that faded only slightly over the days. With Elias, the wariness was strong, like deep summer heat, shimmering in the air, and it did not fade. When he was not looking, they watched him openly, as if unsure that he was going to do what he was going to do. When he walked across the camp, feet already ready for dancing, seemed ready for flight as well. Elias was certainly no more comfortable with their way of the leaf than they were with him. His mouth wore a permanent twist when he was around the Tuathan.
Imagine picking up a trans woman and saying, I heard that you are an employee at the medieval times, and they say, why is that? And you tell them, cause I know you are a professional sword fighter.
Welcome, Mike Cheese Harry. How are you today, good sir? Thank you for your input. I absolutely love it. It is very true. It's not quite condensation, and clearly not contempt, but looked as though he would rather be elsewhere than where he was, almost anywhere else. Yet whenever Perrin brought up leaving, Elias made smooth noises about resting just a few more days. Good, bro, how about you? Oh, not too bad. We're just chilling out, reading more Eye of the World. Yeah. We were doing a bunch of stories earlier. I'm still working on a short for release on Friday for the new Magellan story. But I still need to also do... We did the entire outline for the story 5, so I've got it completely outlined and ready to go. I just have to actually write the story, which should take like an hour and a half. And then, you know, the 4-hour process of turning that into a video. So we'll have story 4 for Friday, story 5 for Saturday, and then Sunday will be the new story release. Either that or we'll wait till next week. I haven't quite decided yet. Depends on how far we get on the stories, right? But I will say, if at any point in time you guys want to submit an origin story, like the very first story that I read, and then I can make a series off of it, if you guys are interested in that. Whether you want to give me an idea for it, it just has to revolve around something to do with technology and horror. Usually something to do with like body horror, but technically it could be anything. Any kind of horror story you guys want. And then I'll feature it on the channel. You had hard days before you met me, Elias said, the third or fourth time he asked. And you'll have harder still ahead, with Trollocs and half-men after you, the ace to die for friends. Grinned around, a mouthful of Illa's dried apple pie. Perrin still found his yellow-eyed gaze disconcerting, even when he was smiling. Perhaps even more when he was smiling. Smiles seldom touched those hunters' eyes. Elias lounged beside Rain's fire, as usual, refusing to sit on the logs drawn up for the purpose. Don't be in such a bloody hurry to put yourself in Aes Sedai hands. What if the Fades find us? Just to keep them from it if we just sit here waiting. 3 wolves can't hold them off, and the traveling people won't be any help. They won't even defend themselves. Trollocs will butcher them, and it will be our fault. Anyway, we have to leave them sooner or later. It might as well be sooner. Something tells me to wait just a few days. Something. Relax, lad. Take life as it comes. Run when you have to. Fight when you must. Rest when you can. What are you talking about, something? Have some of this pie. Eula doesn't like me, but she surely feeds me well when I visit. Always good food in the people's camps. What? Something, Perrin demanded. If you know something you aren't telling the rest of us. Wise frowned at the piece of pie in his hand, then set it down and dusted his hands together. Something, he said finally, with a shrug of his shoulders, as if he did not understand it completely himself. Something tells me it's important to wait. A few more days. I don't get feelings like this often, but when I do, I've learned to trust them. They've saved my life in the past. This time it's different somehow. But it's important, that's clear. You want to run on? Then run on, not me. That was all he would say, no matter how many times Perrin asked. He lay about, talking with Rain, eating, napping, with his hat over his eyes, and refusing to discuss leaving. Sometimes told him to wait. Something told him to wait. Something told him it was important. He would know when it was time to go. Have some pie, lad. Don't lather yourself. Try some of this stew. Relax. Perrin could not make himself relax. At night, he wandered among the rainbow wagons, worrying as much because no one else seemed to see anything to worry about as for any other reason. The Tuathan sang and danced, cooked and ate around their campfires, fruits and nuts, berries and vegetables. They ate no meat, and went about myriad domestic chores as if they had not a care in the world. Children ran and played everywhere, hide and seek among the wagons, climbing in the trees around the camp, laughing and rolling on the ground with the dogs, not a care in the world for anyone. Watching them, he itched to get away. Go, before we bring the hunters down on them. They took us in, and we repay their kindness by endangering them. At least they have reason to be light-hearted. Nothing is hunting them. But the rest of us... It was hard to get a word with Egwene. Either she was talking with Ilya, their heads together in a way that said no men were welcome, or she was dancing with Aram, swinging around and around, and the flutes and fiddles and drums and tunes. To tunes the Tuathan had gathered from all over the world, or to the sharp, trilling songs of the traveling people themselves, sharp whether they were quick or slow. They were many songs. Some he recognized from home, though often under different names than they were called in the 2 rivers. 3 girls in a meadow, for instance, the tinkerers named Pretty Maids Dancing. And they said the wind from the north was called Hard Rain Falling, some lands, and Baron's Retreat in others. When he asked, not thinking, for the tinker has my pots, they fell over themselves laughing. They knew it, but as toss the feather. You can understand waiting to dance to the people's songs. Back in Edmund's Field, no one considered him more than an adequate dancer. But these songs tugged at his feet, and he thought he had never danced so long or so hard or so well in his life. Hypnotic, they made his blood pound in rhythm to the drums. It was the second evening when, for the first time, Perrin saw women dance to some of the slow songs. The fires burned low, and the night hung close around the wagons, and fingers tapped a slow rhythm on the drums. First one drum, then another, until every drum in the camp kept the same low, insistent beat. They're silent, except for the drums. A girl in a red dress swayed into the light, loosening her shawl. Strings of beads hung in her hair, and she had kicked off her shoes. Do you think the vampire video could start getting views at night even though I post it in the morning? Unfortunately, Callie, usually it'll get its max number of views, like 90% of its views in the first 3 hours. And then the algorithm will kill it. So honestly, what I do is I delete it. And I'd re-upload it and just fix the, like, zoom in a little bit and crop out the little white piece at the top. And then have it release for, like, an hour and a half from now. And try that. Got 3 views in like a minute just now. Well, that answers your question, Callie. That's just me, you know. I'll go to 3 views, and then in the next week and a half, I'll go from 3 views to 5 views. And you're at what, 9 views now? So that would make it 12 views? Share it on Reddit under like a boyfriend ASMR. They have to have that. Find a Discord. Wait, last time you saw it was at 9? I'm pretty sure it was at 9. It's at 16. Alright, well there you go. That's decent. I'd just say maybe you might be able to get over 100 views if you re-upload it, but who knows, right? One trick you can try is refreshing the thumbnail. Like if you change the thumbnail, that sometimes works. Or if you change the title, that also works. So there's some things you can do, but the most effective is waiting and trying another video at different times. Even though my original recommendation was to delete it and re-upload it. But that would only be like immediate response versus waited over time. And you kind of want to wait over time. Which is kind of important. A flute began to melody, wailing softly, and the girl danced. Outstretched arms spread, her shawl behind her, her hips undulating as her bare feet shuffled to the beat of the drums. The girl's dark eyes fastened on Perrin, and her smile was as low as her dance. She turned in small circles, smiling over her shoulder at him, swallowed hard. Heat in his face was not from the fire. A second girl joined the first, the fringe on their shawls shaking in time to the drums and the slow rotation of their hips. They smiled at him, and he cleared his throat hoarsely. He was afraid to look around. His face was as red as a beet. And anyone who was not watching the dancers was probably laughing at him, as he was sure of it. As casually as he could manage, he slid off the log as if he were just getting comfortable. But he carefully ended up looking away from the fire, away from the dancers. There's nothing like that in Edmonds Field. Dancing with girls on the green on the feast day did not even come close. For once he wished that the wind would pick up to cool him off. Girls danced into his field of view again, only now they were 3. One gave him a sly wink. His eyes darted frantically. Light, he thought. What do I do now? What do I do, Rand? He knows about girls. Dancing girls laughed softly, beads clicking as they tossed their long hair on their shoulders, and he thought his face would burn up. Then the slightly older woman joined the girls to show them how it was done. With a groan, he gave up altogether and shut his eyes. Even behind his eyelids, their laughter taunted and tickled. Even behind his eyelids, he could still see them. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he wished for the wind. According to Rand, the girls did not dance that dance often, and the woman rarely did. According to Elias, it was thanks to Perrin's blushes that they did so every night thereafter. "I thank you," Elias told him, his tone somber and solemn. "It's different with you young fellows, but at my age it takes more than a fire to warm my bones." Perrin scowled. There was something about Elias's back as he walked away that said, even if nothing showed, he was laughing inside. Perrin soon learned better than to look away from the dancing women and girls, though the winks and smiles still made him wish he could. One would have been all right, maybe, but 5 or 6 with everyone watching, he never did entirely conquer his blushes. Then Egwene began learning the dance. 2 of the girls who had danced that first night taught her, clapping the rhythm while she repeated the shuffling steps with a borrowed shawl swaying behind her. Perrin started to say something, then decided it was wiser not to crack his teeth. When the girls added the hip movements, Egwene started laughing. And the three girls fell giggling into one another's arms, but Egwene persevered with her eyes glistening and bright spots of color in her cheeks. Aram watched her dancing with a hot, hungry gaze. Handsome young Tuathan had given her a string of blue beads that she wore all the time. Worried frowns now replaced the smiles Ilya had worn when she first noticed her grandson's interest in Egwene. Perrin resolved to keep a close eye on the young Master Aram. Once he managed to get Egwene alone beside a wagon painted in green and yellow. "Enjoying yourself, aren't you?" he said. "Why shouldn't I?" She fingered the blue beads around her neck, smiling at them. "We don't all have to work at being miserable, the way you do. Don't we deserve a little chance to enjoy ourselves?" Aram stood not far off. He never got far from Egwene, with his arms folded across his chest, a little smile on his face, half smuggins and half challenge. Perrin lowered his voice. "Thought you wanted to get to Tarvalon. You won't learn to be an Aes Sedai here." Egwene tossed her head. "And I thought you don't like me wanting to become an Aes Sedai," she said, too sweetly. "Blood and ashes. Do you believe we're safe here? Are these people safe with us here? A Fade could find us any time." Her hand trembled on the beads. She lowered it and took a deep breath. "Yo, yes, it's true. Callie, it's so true. I believe. I believe in you. You have the power. How much more do you need, Callie? Because I can give you more. Trust me. We can scrape off the edges. Get into the grime of it. Whatever's going to happen will happen whether we leave today or next week. That's what I believe now. Enjoy yourself, Perrin. It might be the last chance we have." She brushed his cheek sadly with her fingers. Then Aram held out his hand to her, and she darted to him, already laughing again. As they ran away to where fiddles sang, Aram flushed, a triumphant grin over his shoulder at Perrin, as if to say, "She is not yours, but she will be mine." They were all falling too much under the spell of the people, Perrin thought. Elias is right. They don't have to try to convert you to the way of the leaf. It seeps into you. Ilya had taken one look at him, huddling out in the wind, then produced a thick wool cloak out of her wagon, a dark green cloak. He was pleased to see, after all the reds and yellows. As he swung it around his shoulders, thinking what a wonder it was that the cloak was big enough for him, Ilya said primly. "Oh shit! Coffee quills! Holy shit, yo, welcome everyone! How's it going? More coffee! True! Welcome, Dragon Magpie. We are currently reading Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Sword of Truth. We are on chapter 27, page 442, just over halfway through the book. This is what we have left. Hope your stream was a fantastic, Coffee. You got all of the things that you needed to do done, all the progress done. More coffee! True! Ooh, pages. Thank you for following Sexuality Attracted to Pants. Sexually Attracted to Pants, hell yeah! More coffee! Agreed. I sadly can't drink coffee, but, you know, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
700 septillion.
True, Smokey. True.
Thank you for following Zero Sexual. I attract dead top hens and zero. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less.
Epic name, by the way. Absolutely love it. That's amazing. Thank you for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. How are you guys? Are you writers? Are you readers? Are you purveyors of imagination and creativity? Are you explorers of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I am Intoxication, and here we do beta reading for whoever wishes me to read any of their stories. No qualifications, no nothing required. Simple analysis of your story, as well as tips and tricks to improve your writing skills. And today we're doing character arcs. We also do a lot of just reading in general, and we're currently writing a new story today in an entirely new series for Morgellons disease, if you know what Morgellons is, because we just started, if anyone is interested. We actually just debuted last week our new YouTube channel for biotech horror stories. So if anyone's interested and they want to go check that out, feel free to, you know, give it a subscribe, give it a like, give it a view, you know, see what's up. These are our current 3 that we have, and then we have a couple of shorts, which are just, the first 3 here are letters pertaining to each one of the stories, and then the 4th one is pertaining to the next series that we're going to be releasing on Friday. And then we have 2 stories to premiere, the 4th and 5th story of Lisa Lives Forever, as well as the first story of Morgellons disease. Whoops, we don't need that. But yeah, so if anyone has any work in progress that they would like me to read, feel free, as well as if you want to, feel free to join the Discord. And if you want me to read anything, you can post it in the... I moved it somewhere, so now I can never find it again. Stream beta readings. And then there's beta readings if you want to post your stuff for anyone who's actually looking for beta reading among the group. And then you can go into the beta reading channel and have your own little private conversation, or you can DM each other, do whatever you do, you know. Know that feeling? True, I know, right? Well, hey, we're just getting there, right? It's ads, heading out for grocery shopping. Sounds good, Coffee. We're just going to hit this ad real quick when we take a toke. If there's anyone out there that toke folks, we can take a toke on 3 here. We like to do what's called a sync toke, where we all toke at the same time. Although, you know, due to stream lag, it's technically off a bit, but who the fuck cares? Toke, 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 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, go, toke! I forgot also, if you are a purveyor of Reddit and you want to go check out the subreddit, we also have the Horror Stories subreddit. You can post anything on here. It doesn't have to be horror stories or anything. Just if you have any stories, feel free to post them in there. No rules. Do whatever the hell you want. Don't really give a fuck. Just looking for creative minds to share intellectual ideas and story ideas. Anything from all sides and all genres, because I love delving from different genres to expand my grasp on those concepts of a part of a story, because whether you're writing in a specific genre, there's going to be all these little pieces in small pieces throughout the story if it's going to be a good story, you know? Every story's going to have a little tiny bit of horror element, suspense, mystery, right? Otherwise, like, what's in the story, right? So, it's more of a presentation-wise versus the genre, I guess, overall, you could say, right? But anyways, back to chapter 27 of Eye of the World, book 1 of the Wheel of Time series. As he swung it around his shoulders, thinking what a wonder it was that the cloak was big enough for him, Ilya said primly, "It could fit better." She glanced at the axe at his belt, and when she looked at him, her eyes were sad above her smile. "Could fit much better." All the tinkers did that. Their smiles never slipped. Their way was never any hesitation in their invitations to join them for a drink or to listen to the music. But their eyes always touched the axe, and he could feel what they thought. A tool of violence. There's never any excuse for violence to another human being. The way of the leaf. Sometimes he wanted to shout at them. There were Trollocs in the world, and Fades. There were those who would cut down every leaf. The Dark One was out there, and the way of the leaf would burn in Baalzamon's eyes. Stubbornly, he continued to wear the axe. He took to keeping his cloak thrown back, even when it was windy, so the half-moon blade was never hidden. Now and again, Elias looked quizzically at the weapon hanging heavily at his side, and grinned at him. Those yellow eyes seemed to read his mind. That almost made him cover the axe. Almost. The Tuathan camp was a source of consistent irritation. At least his dreams were normal there. Sometimes he woke up sweating from a dream of Trollocs and Fades storming into the camp. Rainbow-colored wagons turning to bonfires from hurled torches. People falling in pools of blood. Men and women and children who ran and screamed and died, but made no effort to defend themselves against slashing scythe-like swords. Night after night, he bolted upright in the dark, panting and reaching for his axe before he realized the wagons were not in flames, and no bloody, muzzled shapes gnarled over torn and twisted bodies, littering the ground. But those were ordinary nightmares, and oddly comforting in their way. If there was ever a place for the Dark One to be in his dreams, it was in those, but he was not. No Baalzamon, just ordinary nightmares. He was aware of the wolves, though. When he was awake, they kept their distance from the camps and from the caravan on the move, but he always knew where they were. He could feel their contempt for the dogs guarding the Tuathan, noisy beasts who had forgotten what their jaws were for, had forgotten the taste of warm blood. They might frighten humans, but they would slink away to their bellies if the pack ever came. Each day his awareness was sharper, more clear. Dapple grew more impatient with every sunset. That Elias wanted to do this thing of taking the human south made it worth doing. But if it must be done, then let it be done. Let this slow travel end. Wolves were meant to roam, and she did not like being away from the pack so long. Impatience burned in wind, too. Hunting was worse than poor here, and he despised living on field mice. Something for cubs to stalk while learning to hunt. Fit food for the old, no longer able to pull down a deer or hamstring a wild ox. Sometimes Wind thought that Burn had been right. Leave human troubles to humans. But he was wary of such thoughts when Dapple was around, and even more so around Hopper. Hopper was a scarred and grizzled fighter, impassive with the knowledge of years, with guile that more than made up for anything of which age might have robbed him. For humans he cared nothing, but Dapple wished this thing done.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Hitox will now dance for you.
Thanks, Queen.
Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Hopper would wait as she waited, and run as she ran. Wolf or man, bull or bear, whatever challenged Dapple would find Hopper's jaws waiting to send him to the long sleep. That was the whole of life for Hopper, and that kept Wind cautious, and Dapple seemed to ignore the thoughts of both. All of it was clear in Perrin's mind. Fervently he wished for Camelin, for Moiraine, for Tar Valon, even if there were no answers. There could be an end to it. Elias looked at him, and he was sure the yellow-eyed man knew. Please, let there be an end.
Rest now, babe.
Thanks, Queen. Love you too. Always appreciated. Keeping me on my toes. Getting the blood pumping. Keeping my eyes open. Then I don't have to slap myself in the face. The dream began more pleasantly than most he had of late. He was at Albert Luhan's kitchen table. I'm here all week. It's gonna be a hell of a week, Queen. Mistress Luhan never allowed forge work or anything and that smacked of it to be brought into the house. Master Luhan even had to take her knives outside to sharpen them, but she tended her cooking and never said a word about the axe. She did not even say anything when a wolf entered from deeper in the house and curled up between Perrin and the door to the yard. Perrin went on sharpening. It would be time to use it soon. Abruptly, the wolf rose, rumbling deep in its throat, the thick ruff of fur on its neck rising. But Alzamon stepped into the kitchen from the yard. Mistress Luhan went on with her cooking. Perrin scrambled to his feet, raising the axe, but Alzamon ignored the weapon, concentrating on the wolf instead. Flames danced where his eyes should be. Is this what you have to protect you? Well, I have faced this before, many times before. Crooked a finger, and the wolf howled as fire burst out of its eyes and ears and mouth, out of its skin. The stench of burning meat and hair filled the kitchen. Alsbet Luhan lifted the lid on a pot and stirred with a wooden spoon. Perrin dropped the axe and jumped forward, trying to beat out the flames with his hands. The wolf crumpled a black ash between his palms. Staring at the shapeless pile of char on Mistress Luhan's clean-swept floor, he backed away. He wished he could wipe the greasy soot from his hands, but he thought of scrubbing it off on his clothes, turned his stomach, snatched up the axe, gripping the haft with his knuckles cracked. Leave me alone, he shouted. Mistress Luhan tapped the spoon on the rim of the pot and replaced the lid, humming to herself. You cannot run from me, Balsamon said. You cannot hide from me. If you are the one, you are mine. The heat from the fires of his face forced Perrin across the kitchen until his back came up against the wall. Mistress Luhan opened the oven to check her bread. The eye of the world will consume you, Balsamon said. I mark you mine. Flung out his clenched hand as if throwing something. When his fingers opened, a raven streaked at Perrin's face. Perrin screeched as the black beak pierced his left eye, and sat up, clutching his face, surrounded by the sleeping wagons of the traveling people. Slowly lowered his hands. There was no pain, no blood, but he could remember it, remember the stabbing agony. He shuddered, and suddenly Elias was squatting beside him in the pre-dawn, one hand outstretched as if to shake him awake. Beyond the trees where the wagons lay, the wolves howled, one sharp cry from three throats. He shared their sensations: fire, pain, fire, hate, hate, kill. Yes, Elias said softly, it is time. Get up, boy. It's time for us to go. Perrin scrambled out of his blankets while he was still bundling his bedroll. Rain came out of his wagon, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The seeker glanced at the sky and froze halfway down the steps, his hand still raised to his face. Only his eyes moved as he studied the sky intently. The Perrin could not understand what he was looking at. A few clouds hung in the east underside, streaked with pink from the sun yet to rise, but there was nothing else to see. Rain seemed to listen as well and smelled the air. There was no sound except the wind in the trees, and no smell but the faint smoky remnant of last night's campfires. Elias returned with his own scanty belongings, and Rain came to the rest of the way. We must change the direction we travel, my old friend. Seeker looked uneasily at the sky again. We go another way this day. Will you be coming with us? Elias shook his head, and Rain nodded as if he had known all along. Well, take care, my old friend. There is something about today. He started to look up once more, but pulled his eyes back down before they rose above the wagon tops. I think the wagons will go east. Perhaps all the way to the spine of the world. Perhaps we'll find a steading and stay there a while. Trouble never enters the steading, Elias agreed. But the Ogier are none too open to strangers. Everyone is open to the traveling people, Rain said, and grinned. Besides, even Ogier have pots and things to mend. Come, let us have some breakfast, and we'll talk about it. No time, Elias said. We move on today, too. As soon as possible. It's a day for moving, it seems. Rain tried to convince him to at least stay long enough for food, and when Ilya appeared from the wagon with Egwin, she added her arguments, though not as strenuously as her husband. She had all the right words, but her politeness was stiff, and it was plain she would be glad to see Elias's back, if not Egwin's. Egwin did not notice the regretful sidelong looks Ilya gave her. She asked what was going on, and Perrin prepared himself for her to say she wanted to stay with the Twathan, but when Elias explained, she only nodded thoughtfully and hurried back into the wagon to gather her things. Finally, Rain drew his hands. All right, I don't know what I ever let a visitor leave this camp without a farewell feast, but uncertainly, his eyes raised toward the sky again. Well, we need an early start ourselves, I think. Perhaps we will eat as we journey, but at least let everyone say goodbye. Elias started to protest, but Rain was already hurrying from wagon to wagon, pounding on the doors where there was no one awake. By the time a tinker came, leading Bella, the whole camp had turned out in their finest and brightest, a mass of color that made Rain and Ilya's red and yellow wagon seem almost plain. The big dogs strolled through the crowd with their tongues lolling out of their mouths, looking for someone to scratch their ears, while Perrin and the others endured handshake after handshake and hug after hug. The girls, who had danced every night, would not be content with shaking hands, and their hugs made Perrin suddenly wish he was not leaving after all, until he remembered how many others were watching, and then his face almost matched the seeker's wagon. Aram drew Egwin a little aside. Perrin could not hear what he had to say to her over the noise of goodbyes, but she kept shaking her head slowly at first, then more firmly as he began to gesture pleadingly. His face shifted from pleading to arguing, but she continued to shake her head stubbornly until Ilya rescued her with sharp words to her grandson. Scowling, Aram pushed away through the crowd, abandoning the rest of the farewell. Ilya watched him go, hesitating to the point of calling him back. She's relieved, too, Perrin thought. Relieved he doesn't want to go with us, with Egwin. When he had shaken every hand in the camp at least once and hugged every girl at least twice, the crowd moved back, opening a little space around Rain and Ilya and the three visitors. You came in peace, Rain intoned, bowing formally, hands on his chest. Depart now in peace. Always will our fires welcome you in peace. The way of the leaf is peace. Peace be on you always, Elias replied, and on all the people. He hesitated, then added, I will find the song, or another will find the song, but the song will be sung, this year or in a year to come. As it once was, so shall it be again. World without end. Rain blinked in surprise, and Ilya looked completely flabbergasted, but all the other Twathan murmured in reply, World without end, world and time without end. Rain and his wife hurriedly said the same after everyone else. Then it really was time to go. A few last farewells, a few last admonitions to take care, a few last smiles and winks, and they were making their way out of the camp. Rain accompanied them as far as the edge of the trees, a pair of the dogs cavorting by his side. Truly, my old friend, you must take great care this day. There is wickedness loose in the world, I fear, and whatever you pretend, you are not so wicked that it will not gobble you up. Peace be on you, Elias said. And on you, Rain said sadly. When Rain was gone, Elias scowled at finding the other two looking at him. So I don't believe in their fool song, he growled. No need to make them feel bad by messing up their ceremony, was there? I told you they set a store by ceremony sometimes, of course. Egwin said gently. No need at all. Elias turned away, muttering to himself. Dapple, Wind, and Hopper came to greet Elias, not frolicking as the dogs had done, but a dignified meeting of equals. Perrin caught what passed between them. Fire, eyes, pain, heart fang, death, heart fang. Perrin knew what they meant. The Dark One. They were telling about his dream, their dream. He shivered as the wolves ranged out ahead, scouting the way. It was Egwin's turn to ride Bella, and he walked beside her. Elias led as usual, a steady, ground-eating pace. Perrin did not want to think about his dream. He had thought that the wolves made them safe, not complete. Except full heart, full mind. You still struggle, only complete when you accept. He forced the wolves out of his mind and blinked in surprise. He had not known he could do that. He determined not to let them back in again, even in dreams. He was not sure if the thought was his or theirs. Egwin still wore the string of blue beads Aram had given her, and a little spring of something with tiny bright red leaves in her hair, another gift from the young Twathan. That Aram had tried to talk her into staying with the traveling people, Perrin was sure. He was glad she had not given in, but he wished she did not finger the beads so fondly. Finally he said, "What did you spend so much time talking about with Ilya? If you weren't dancing with that long-legged fellow, you were talking to her like it was some kind of secret." "Ilya was giving me advice on being a woman," Egwin said absently. He began laughing, and she gave him a hooded, dangerous look that he failed to see. "Advice? Nobody tells us how to be men, we just are." "That," Egwin said, "is probably why you make such a bad job of it." Up ahead, Elias cracked loudly. End of chapter 27. Alright. So, moving on to the React section. Today is character arcs. So, let's see what is to be said about character arcs.
Okay, now we're ready. How much coffee do you have? Yes. Alright, so at the time of recording, this was the state of things. So here we are. And for those of you who voted for subplots, that guy's going to be next. He's in the works. Cooking, etc. Character arcs. I tell you, I love a good arc. Typically, when I'm at any kind of social function and I've got someone cornered and at my mercy while I talk their ear off about whatever my current thing is, it's almost always a character arc that I'm talking about. I spent a really embarrassing amount of time trying to figure out the best way to actually present this video. The concept of character arcs is both very simple and very complex. Simple because the ideas are actually quite straightforward. Complex because there's so much variation in there that studying it can get a little overwhelming. I couldn't help but notice that closely examining one character arc seemed to neglect a lot of important knowledge that one could glean by looking at other character arcs. As much as I would love to sit here for the next 6 or 7 hours and talk about all my favorite character arcs, one does need to, eat and sleep and stuff. I do want to get this out of the way first.
If only we didn't have to do
Not
that
all
kind of shit.
characters need arcs. I know that somewhat flies in the face of conventional wisdom, but they aren't always essential, not even for your main characters. A big reason for this confusion is that a lot of people conflate dynamic characters with changing characters. You absolutely must have dynamic characters, but that's not always going to necessitate.
Yeah, that's like my character Varius in my main book. He is like the Shakespeare of his time. He's like a bard, and he basically does not change at all through the entirety of the book. He's basically like the comic relief in a way. But he's also like kind of dark as well, right? Like his main thing is like investment in like religion and philosophy and history of the Beastmen and the different Beastmen and how Because his whole thing is, like, his character is basically built on conspiracy theories. Where there's, like, the people inside of the tree that are the anti-Beastmen who have conspiracy theories about the Beastmen. He has conspiracy theories about the tree considering the Beastmen. Because he's like, I'm pretty sure, since there's no history inside of the tree, and there's, like, no written fucking anything for anyone besides the Beastmen, it's pretty fantastical what story the Beastmen are trying to say. But in some ways, those could just be extreme embellishments for actual events that happened. So, his entire character is like unraveling the past, but he never actually truly changes as a character. He's just always looking for the next adventure. And it's like, he's a journey, not the destination. So as soon as he gets to the destination, he like throws whatever he's gained at the destination over his shoulder and tries to find another journey. Whereas, like, his counterpart character, Gluttony, who's a paladin / bard, is more of, like, superiority religiousness with, like, a paladin of, like, pushing righteousness and that idea. And he basically has his own idea and take on religion. But throughout the story, through his interactions with Varius over time, and his interaction with the Beastmen on scale outside of the world, he actually, like, changes his views and completely morphs his entire personality from being just this like for instance, like, if we take an example out of Eye of the World, like the Twathan people, right? Like, he would be like a non-retaliative, like, tank, right? Like, he never wanted to attack. Right? He's there to be the shield so people can hit him instead of other people. And I wanted one of his things to be like dual-wielding shields. And he's an avian, but he's so fat that he's called the Basilisk because he literally can't fly anymore because he's like 500 fucking pounds. And he's basically just a massive tank that you can't fuck with. And he'll just, like, curl himself around people and defend them with, like, his double shields. And as he goes through the story and sees all the strife and stuff like that, he can't hold himself back anymore from his ideals. And he says that his ideals are what's causing this, like, strife, essentially. Because he refuses to accept the fact that there's evil in the world that he... You know, the way to fight evil is not by turning the other cheek. Like, you do need to stand up in the face of true evil and fight it. And there is a righteousness in and among that in the way that you do it. So he basically goes from being a stand up, I'll take all the hits for you, but I'll never delve one back, to being, every hit I hit back on you is your own fault in retaliation. And his entire character arc basically revolves around losing people and not being able to protect people because he refuses to basically kill people. So the same people are coming back to harm him over and over until he realizes that the only way that it's like he is actually harming himself more by letting these people get away. And that's when he makes the conscious decision to say, despite being a paladin and of righteousness, there is still, like, a righteous fury and a righteous vengeance that can be enacted and still keep your soul essentially pure as a paladin. And then there's Husai, the main character, who goes from, I'm too fatherly of a figure, to I don't care about anyone's feelings, to fuck it, I'm just gonna go to the front lines. And then realizing that he is not the answer, he's actually the question. And the Warriors of Light are the answer. And then he has to take the step back and be like, despite being the chosen one, I may not be the hero. I may not be the one who needs to fulfill this prophecy. I'm just the the word of mouth spreading the knowledge for the next generation to be able to defeat the evil of the world.
Necessitate an arc. I'll explain that in a minute, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. I want to get this out of the way too. Sometimes a common name is misleading. A character's development is actually very rarely in an arc shape. Sometimes it's like this, or like this, or even like this. But arc is a helpful name, so that's fine. For convenience, in this video, I'll refer to the gradual transformation of a character throughout the story as the character's development arc. To start with, what precisely is a character arc or character development arc? Well, there isn't really a precise answer. Broadly speaking, a development arc is a character's dynamic transformation throughout the course of the story. Nothing more, nothing less. I like this.
What were they at the beginning? What are they at the end?
For variance in there. The transformation part of that is
and how many transformations do they go through?
Changing in the course of their development. Now, there's that word again, dynamic. That's important.
Well, then it's like you look like a character, like a good example of a character that's dynamic but never changes is Goku. No matter how powerful Goku gets, he always tries to find the next opponent that's more powerful than him to get more powerful. He never changes loving fighting, no matter how much he wins or how much he loses. He's just always on the verge of the next fight.
Like, very simply just means motion. Not necessarily constant change, but constant motion. So a character, being a living person, will experience constant internal motion. This can be psychological or emotional or moral. Even if a person doesn't change, their lack of change is still accomplished by constantly moving back to their original state. They go along in life, something happens, and
they revert
them around, and they decide to return to status quo. This is still accomplished with constant action, which gives you, in fancy terms, dynamic characters. So even if your characters are very dynamic, that doesn't mean they're going to have an arc of transformation or anything like that. And that's fine. Let's just get this out of the way here and now. You can choose to have no character transformation arc at all, but you can't choose to have characters who aren't dynamic. That's mandatory, I'm afraid. This is why I don't really like that term, flat character arc, because even if a character never changes, there's still constant motion along their character path, without which the character would seem like a flat piece of cardboard. So just remember that character development's optional. Dynamic characters, mandatory. Or to use different terms, change, optional. Constant motion, mandatory. Now that that's out of the way, let's get back to development arcs. What kinds of development arcs are there? Truly, any kind of transformation is suitable for an arc and is considered a development arc. And also any amount of transformation. It doesn't have to be dramatic to be an arc. Early versions of this video had about 10 extra minutes examining some 15 or so different character arcs to demonstrate the breadth of what's possible. But I decided to instead focus on how to build a development arc rather than what arcs can be built. Because the long and short of all this is that there are as many types of character development arcs as there are characters. Which one you choose or whether you even use one at all depends entirely on the character you're creating and the story you're writing. Don't get caught up in thinking about fitting your story into types of development arcs. Instead, think of where you want your character to start and where you want them to end, and then find a good way to get them from point A to point B. This list, for example, claims to list every type of character arc. Off the top of my head, I can think of 6 or 7 character arcs from fiction that I really enjoyed that did not fit into the categories listed here. Had those writers relied on this list of types or even the concept of types of character arcs, those beautiful stories likely would never have been written. So keep this in the back of your mind. There are no types of development arcs. Whatever transformation you want your character to undergo, the only limit is your imagination. You can have a character become a smart, noble leader while declining physically, only to eventually slip into tyranny and become a villain, after which he attempts to redeem himself while also trying to heal his physical ailments. I mean, that'd be a long story, but it'd be incredible as well. I've seen a series in which the main character becomes rapidly more intelligent while also becoming morally more selfish and heartless. And then he shifts and starts to become a very good person, all the while his mental abilities increase exponentially until ultimately they decline so sharply that he became like a young child, thus concluding his character arc almost back where he had begun. Anything is possible. It only matters that you build the development arc correctly. Once again, the big question here is how? How do you transform a character in a way that's believable, realistic, and even meaningful?
Like, for instance, the first transformation for Husai is at the very beginning of the book, where he goes from a content bureaucrat living out the rest of his life feeling like he failed his objective to there is more to life than just me being the chosen one, and there's more to life than just being this. And after, like, receiving the Calm Pearl and thinking that he's either being blackmailed or warned about something, and then with the inauguration and the riots, he's like, okay, we need to go out in the world and we need to make sure, like, everything is good. So we're going to do an audit of all of the main cities in the Adventurers Guild. And that's, like, his excuse to be able to leave the guild. And then he takes the Viceroy just step down with him so that they can do, like, a bridge between the tree and the Adventurers Guild to see what the hell is actually going on out in the world, because they need to be able to come back confidently and tell the people inside of the tree what's actually going on out in the world and whether they're right about this or they're wrong about this. Because even Husai knows the prophecies of allowing beastmen inside of the tree, and with the reveal of Elamia being inside the tree for the last 5 years, plus who knows how long, plus there could be others mixed in there. Yeah, all of a sudden everything is becoming way too real for him, and it's all happening through the evolution of information and, like, connecting the dots. Like, he didn't have enough dots on the grid, but over these, like, 3 chapters, enough dots have appeared that he's now starting to make a line that's starting to point him in a certain direction. And that changes him from being lazy and complacent to being active and motivational, essentially. And then gathering everyone up and then leaving. And then his flaw is shown in the fact that he's too fatherly and he won't let Zayd leave, which is his ultimate flaw, because that gets Zayd killed. And meeting up with Gluttony off of the bat and bringing back, like, 2 or 3 of his old party members, essentially. Living back in his old days of being an adventurer, he, like, quickly falls back into the way of, the casual life of traveling around and not having to do fucking paperwork all day, essentially. Living his best life, doing his own thing. And then that's where he starts to realize even more that he's kind of like babying people in the party and not letting them live up to their full potential. So then he starts to let them live up to their full potential and winds up, putting them in danger. So it's like the overcompensation. And he's like, I have to find this medium between, so maybe I should ask them. So this is when he stops being so personable about himself and lets other people kind of in on their end and is like, okay, well, what do you think? What are you comfortable with? And it's like, that's what he had been missing the entire time, is basically taking their side of the story into consideration with everything else, right? He'd just take everything that he saw and assumed, and then he would use that in his calculations to be like, all right, is this a challenge that you're going to be able to overcome? And then he starts to ask them, do you think that you can overcome this? Is this something you're afraid of? And at first it would be like, oh, if you're afraid of it, he wouldn't even touch it. And then he's like, well, you need to be slightly afraid of something because you need to be able to get out of your comfort zone. And it's like all these small things are showing him that he needs to move away from being emotionally connected to them while he's training them, or he's not going to be training them in the way that's going to make them survive as adventurers. And that's kind of like, his realization of, I'm actually going to get these guys killed. And then that's what happens, is he gets Zayd killed because of it. Even after all this realization, because it's out of his hands to be able to basically dismiss the order that he had before that left Zayd behind at the tree. Because now they know that the Beastman War is on and they're headed to Garuda, and he doesn't have time to go back and grab Zayd. And by the time that the attack on Garuda happens and everything goes to shit, it's way too fucking late for everything. Because the reinforcements coming to Garuda were from Ifrit, and by the time they left, Zayd didn't have a chance to do anything, so he was still left inside of the tree.
How do you plan such a transformation in advance? How do you build the arc? A point to mention. Some of this will make a little more sense to you if you've seen my character creation video. That will help guide you through the initial...
I feel like I'm doing this backwards, because every time she mentions a video that I haven't watched...
that are also going to be used to craft characters'
Fuck
arcs.
it.
Structurally,
We'll just do... We're too advanced for this shit.
So if that idea is unfamiliar to you, I also talk about that in my pacing video. But it is pretty self-explanatory as we go along. As for how... The technique is deceptively simple. You pick the character's starting point, you decide where you want them to end, and then you determine how you want them to get there. Sounds easy and hard, and it is a little of both, but let's see if we can't demystify the process a little. This is bad. We're already on the second cup. So the first, let's call it a principle of character arcs is... You need to choose both where the character starts and where you want them to end before you plan their development. As tempting as it often is to let our characters tell us who they are, do remember that you are the boss. Exercising your absolute dictatorial authority over your story and its many components is often the only way to keep things from spiraling entirely out of control. In few other areas is this as important as in character creation. They're people to us, naturally, but we're still in charge. And being in charge means making calculated decisions. If you want to give your character an arc, start by knowing first who they are at the beginning, and then decide who you want them to be at the end. If you want your character to start as a proud, respected king or statesman of some kind, that's great. Now, who do you want him to be at the end of the story? Maybe you want the story to follow his decline, in which case you need to decide specifically what that decline will entail. Is he going to be defeated in a battle, in a foolish war of his own making? Is he going to devolve into paranoia and suspicion, executing all his friends and allies until only his enemies remain? Maybe you want him to end up as a happy farmer somewhere with no authority but with a lovely wife who weaves baskets. Whatever you want, just make a decision. Now you have point A and point B.
Direction.
Once you have these 2 points, you're halfway to creating his arc. But first, you must remember this next principle. The seeds of your character's final form, so to speak, must always be present in their initial form.
Has
That is
anyone
to
ever
say,
given you an
once you
Alaskan
know where you
pipeline
want them
before?
to go, how you want the character...
I'm not even gonna ask, Mike. I'm not even gonna ask, bro. Probably not. Just gonna say that off the bat. Probably not. But, yeah. So, like, I was just thinking, like, for instance, Sam in the first story, right? He starts out the act of pooping into the condom, freezing the rubber overnight, then inserting it into one's anus. Okay. Yup. Sounds about right. Sounds about right, Mike. Okay. Yep. Yep, you know, people do what they gotta do, right? Hey, it comes out, it goes back in, that's just... Hey, man, what are you gonna do, right? We're only human. We're fucking animals. What do you want from me? I don't know. Is what it is, right? Gotta do what you gotta do.
Character to end developmentally, you need to make sure that the seeds of that are present.
Oh, right, Sam. So Sam starts out as a AI developer, right? And he's like, you know, happy-go-lucky, just going to work, dude, his normal raising and everything. And then he turns out to finding that his great aunt is actually an abomination that's like ageless and is consuming the souls of his co-workers and bodies of his co-workers and uploading them into the mainframe. And then he has to find his grandfather, the brain in a jar. So it's like he goes from like this normal person just living his life to like an investigator breaking into government buildings, becoming a hacker, using his like engineering, like computer engineering skills in order to like break into mainframes in the military and like get all of this information and everything like that. So basically it kind of goes rogue and does his own thing, goes outside of the bounds, even though he's like a law-abiding citizen by the beginning, right? And then by the end, he turns into, because the end of the story is, Lisa just decides that she's just going to consume him. So Trevor is the only one who's left there at the end, and Sam is there to guard Trevor, essentially. That's how I'm planning the ending. I don't know if that's the way it's going to end, because I'm like, you're supposed to use the glitch to bring down the thing, and then it's like, Trevor's ultimate thing is to allow himself to be uploaded, and that's what activates the seed. I don't know. Maybe Sam is the real seed, and when Sam gets uploaded, it causes the entire system to die, but now all of the people are basically just vegetables. And then Trevor's stuck there as a brain in a jar, basically for all eternity. Or until someone destroys the lab, or until it, like, runs out of energy or something like that. You know? Some sort of dark, fucked up, like, open-ended kind of ending thing. That's the idea for it. So we'll kind of be writing that today, because we have the outline for it, but we just don't have the ending yet. We have all the way up to, like, infiltration and capture, because he gets captured, obviously, and then he gets released by Trevor interacting with the system. He finds Trevor, he's led to Trevor, and then either there and then he gets captured, or they leave, or something along those lines, but it's like Lisa's been doing it the whole time just to kind of wear down Trevor. And he's like, I told you I wouldn't touch your wife. I never said anything about... and your son. But I never said anything about your grandson. I just wanted to make sure that you were here in order to witness it. Kind of idea. Inferring the whole idea of why Lisa never took Sam in the first place and let him go was because she had greater plans for him.
Character traits that make up their initial form, which will be what you decide for them when you're creating their character sheet. Let me explain this more clearly. If you have a character who is ultimately going to become a noble hero and leader, he might start as a humble shepherd in the middle of nowhere. But that humble shepherd must have in him the seeds of the hero and leader. And I'm not speaking in some metaphorical self-help seminar kind of way. I mean that the character traits he starts with have to have in them the beginnings of that final form you want him to achieve. These seeds can exist in many forms, depending on how you want him to travel the arc path from point A to point B. In the case of our shepherd, perhaps it's courage and selflessness. Maybe he's clever and strategic. Maybe he's ambitious and good with people. So as a humble shepherd, maybe he's the guy in the village that everyone always goes to when they need a dispute resolved. Maybe he's the guy they wake up in the middle of the night when the bandits are coming. Maybe he's just really good at keeping the peace between his siblings, and so on and so on. And this trait evolves to a capacity for peacekeeping and diplomacy even as the stakes get higher and higher on the path of his arc. This was accomplished beautifully in Guy Ritchie's unsung 2017 King Arthur film. He knew that he wanted to take his Arthur from a humble upbringing as a bastard in a brothel to become the king of all England. His traits at the very beginning included ambition, shrewd people skills, charm and charisma, and a genuine loyalty to the people under his protection. Even a casual observer can see how these traits are the beginning of his final form as a king, not just a king, but a good king. I feel like this concept is still just a tiny bit abstract, so let's try to explain this with a more in-depth example. I deliberately chose an almost exaggeratedly dramatic transformation here with the character of Bai Cho-fei from the 2022 Chinese martial arts series Heroes. This is a kind of Shakespearean tragedy following three sworn brothers' evolution into heroes on the very brink of greatness, and then their sharp fall from power and grace within the martial arts world. Bai Cho-fei began as a noble, upright hero and transformed into a terrifying villain, and then finally a tragic, broken man who didn't know how to redeem himself. Because it was so organic and believable, I found this arc very interesting, and so I studied it and found some wonderful insight into the process. Now, Bai Cho-fei's writers started him as a hero to some degree, and chose to take his development to a point where he would become a particularly brutal villain. Point A, point B. We are not looking at the path right now, but we do want to look closer at his character's starting point here when he was a hero. Doing so, we find that the seeds of the villain were there among his character traits from the very beginning. Let's take a quick moment here to break him down so you can see what I mean specifically. For the record, I particularly like this example because it's very complex and very elegant. The story of Heroes wasn't quite what it could have been, but I found all the characters exceptionally drawn and worth studying. He started as a very lonely man whose loss of his family was a formative part of his personality. This, in turn, created a major defining trait in him that placed family above everything else. He was also very ambitious. In terms of martial ability, he was strong and capable, among the best in the world. Because of how much he valued the bonds of family, he was very loyal to his friends. This loyalty was more of a sub-trait that stemmed from this other dominant trait here. He had another dominant trait that took a little while to be revealed to the audience. He knew his strength was largely unmatched, so he believed that his power in that regard gave him the right to determine what was right and wrong, a kind of hardline ends justify the means mentality. This trait of his had been forged from having grown up entirely alone with no one to guide him or teach him right from wrong. He observed that the strong took from the weak and resolved to be one of the strong. Not so he could take from the weak, but so nothing could be taken from him. Right and wrong had always been a matter of his own judgment. Remember, what we're looking at here is how the seeds of this dramatic and impressive transformation were all present in his initial form. This was a man who started out saving innocent civilians in distress and became a person who had children put to death. How could that latter form possibly be present in that starting form? Let me show you. His heroism was achieved by combining his loyalty and strength with his willingness to be influenced by his friends. His two sworn brothers were very good and had very solid moral cores. Because the importance he placed on family was the strongest of all his traits, he was willing to defer his own moral judgment to them. He would throw his strength behind whatever they said was right or wrong, and that made him happy because of how much he longed for family. This kept him and his heroism stable for a long time. His villainy was hidden away right here, in his ambition and in his sense that might makes right, and the ends justify the means. These are the seeds of what he would become. He wasn't a villain initially because his dominant trait was being influenced onto a good path. That is, these things combined motivated him to stay good. Sometimes the seeds of the villain would sprout little seedlings, like when he'd sacrifice innocent people to capture a murderer. And then his brothers would come and stomp on those seedlings and he'd get pulled back onto the path of righteousness. Eventually, one of his brothers died, and the other was forced to abandon him to be tortured to death in the enemy's dungeon. And with that, the hero in him lost its roots and withered, leaving a gaping void in his personality, and leaving only these final prominent character traits of ambition and that tendency of his to believe that might makes right. These two traits could now blossom unchecked into horrible malformations. Now this, plus the pain of loss and abandonment and other factors, transformed this once hero into one of the most horrific villains in the entire story. If I've explained this well enough, hopefully you can see that the seeds of the writer's desired transformation of the character were deliberately written into his starting point in order that the transformation that they wanted to create could be realistic and organic. All they had to do was create a story plot that would allow this transformation to take place. We'll get into how to do that in a minute here. Plot and character development must serve each other. What I mean by this is that the goal of your plot, so the overall story goal, needs to in some way be relevant to your goal for the character's development, or vice versa. This is a little harder to explain. Basically, what you want to do is make sure that the plot and the character's development are relevant to each other. If a character needs to learn how to pole vault, then it follows that a pole vaulting competition of some kind needs to be built into the plot. A little more abstractly, if your character needs to learn to be a responsible husband, then the plot needs to give him ways to either be responsible or shirk responsibility. If the plot never challenges that specific aspect of his character that you're trying to develop, you'll never have a chance to build a development arc. Another aspect of that, if you want to make your character grow and transform into a better person throughout the story, then that character can't start in a state of perfection with nothing to learn and no way to grow. They have to start less mature, less intelligent, less cool even than you want them to end up. You have to be willing to give them a chance to grow if the plot demands growth. Give your audience a chance to look at your character and say, oof, that guy's got a long way to go. If you want your character to go from a timid coward to a brave heroine, you'll need to build into the plot instances in which her courage is tested. That's the kind of plot you're going to need. And you have to be willing to let her fail in the course of that plot so that she can learn and so that your audience can understand the difficulty involved in her transformation. The plot's path has to include the stepping stones that your character will need to proceed along their development path. If this feels a little constricting, try to remember that that's actually a good thing. If you set for yourself a goal to build a specific path, then focusing on that path alone is going to result in a very focused and structurally solid story. So some self-imposed restriction is a good thing. All of character development is a series of choices. I didn't really mean for that to sound quite so philosophical. That said, this principle is the secret to making all characters dynamic. Not to oversimplify things, but so much of character development is watching people make choices. And it's interesting because by it, you can watch a person, fictional in this case, evolve before your very eyes. Every development arc is built out of a series of choices. You take a character along the plot path and you present them with choices having to do with the progression of the plot. Their decisions in these moments are what constitutes the path of their development arc. In order to change, even if it's just a small change, a person must make a choice. Even if they stay the same, it is a choice for them to do so. This choice represents motion, inner motion in this case, which is what I was saying about characters being dynamic. So if you make every aspect of their character a choice, the character will always seem dynamic and alive. A writer should write this into the development arc in a way that's very clear and tangible to the audience. That is, make the choice aspect very clear. It's common to see this exaggerated, which is also fine. The point is to emphasize that every point along their development hinges on a choice that the character must make, and also make that choice clear and interesting to the audience. This doesn't just make the characters feel more real and their development feel more organic, it is yet another way to make a story more engaging. This time, however, the engagement is deeper even than what will happen next, and gets into who is this person going to become. Now, structurally, using a series of choices to plot a development arc is going to give you these handy little brackets or anchors that will connect your development arc to your plot. Think of it this way. A character's development arc has a beginning and an end. Yes, just like a story arc does. And with a story arc, this vast, overwhelming middle ground can be built and structured using mini arcs. But what about the character? Just as you place these mini arcs as kind of plot stations that you gradually traverse through one at a time, in a development arc you will be placing points of choice. But as the character makes a choice, a point is placed along their path. These points then connect into a development arc. Almost always, I would even say always, these choice points will occur at the same time as plot mini arcs, mini climaxes. In fact, very often, though not always, that choice that the character makes is the mini climax. In Gladiator, when Commodus learned that his father had chosen Maximus as his heir and not him, he had a choice between accepting his father's decision or fighting it. He chose, in that moment, to kill his father, which was the startling mini climax that concluded that mini arc, and also gave us the therefore that moved us into the next mini arc. Commodus killed his father, therefore Commodus will become emperor, and also, more immediately, he will kill Maximus to silence him, all because he made a choice. From a character development standpoint, this choice represented the first major step along Commodus's path to becoming the unhinged tyrannical villain that was his destined end. Later, when he had to choose between his own will, killing Maximus in the arena, and giving in to the will of the people who wanted him to live, he chose to give in to the people. This was another mini climax in the plot's path, whether the thumb went up or down. Commodus's choice determined what the mini climax was, leading to the therefore of Maximus living through the day and growing in popularity. But it was also another point of choice along Commodus's development arc. As far as he was concerned, this was a failure for him, taking a step farther away from the strong, ruthless leader he wanted to become. But from a writing standpoint, this moved closer to unraveling him, as his constant humiliating defeats by Maximus were a major motivating factor for him. All of this from one choice. Choices are powerful tools in writing. They can build plots and develop characters at the same time. Is your character a coward whose development end point will be a brave hero? Then at the first point in your plot, when he's faced with a chance to be brave, make him choose. Maybe this time he fails and hides in fear. That represents a point of choice on his arc, and it means he's either stayed where he is or possibly gotten a little worse. His choice to hide and not be brave has also informed the plot. This moment of decision came at the same moment as a mini arc's mini climax. So his choice will create a therefore that will lead to the next plot mini arc, which will also in turn lead the character to another opportunity to either be brave or be cowardly, thus another point of choice along his arc. String together enough of these and you've got yourself a development arc. All characters, especially main characters, need to be making choices throughout the story. An unchanged character still makes choices, but the difference in this case is that those choices have not been crafted by the writer with the express purpose of developing the character, but only the plot, while also illuminating the character to the audience. In the case of Jeremy Renner's character in The Bourne Legacy, for example, his character was fixed throughout the story. He had no development arc, but the plot was built around choices made by him and by Marta Shearing, who did have a development arc. But his choices had to do only with the plot's development. They involved his own character traits and motivations, which were the same from the moment we met him until the credits rolled, but they only moved the plot forward. Choices are only one half of the tool set used to build a character's development arc. The other half is the character's existing traits as you, the writer, have defined them, preferably with a detailed character sheet. We started talking about this earlier when I mentioned that the seeds of the character's final form must exist in their starting traits. Now let's take that a step further. When you're crafting your character's arc and you're determining the choices they make along the way, these choices have to be informed by a combination of their existing traits and the events of the plot. But the most crucial factor is their existing traits. So when you decide what choice you want a character to make at a given point, you have to make that determination based on that character's traits.
Yep.
If you fail to do this and just make the choice at random or make the choice that seems to best suit the plot at the moment, the character will lack consistency and the development arc will come out feeling contrived and unrealistic. Alright, so let's go ahead and take what we've talked about to create a demonstration character arc. I don't think we need a story premise to do this for this demonstration, so let's just jump in. But we need a person, so... Okay, alright, I know. I've been up to my eyeballs in the historical records of a lot of ancient monarchies, so I've kind of got royalty on the brain. So how about we make ourselves a prince? But let's put him in a modern absolute monarchy, like Kings. Do you remember Kings? Oh, what a great series. Anyway, our prince. So, his father is the aged king, so he's a little older, maybe in his 40s. The first thing we need to do is figure out where he starts and where I want him to end. But I want to throw together a simple character sheet to get him off the ground. Let's see. I want to make him start politically clueless and easily controlled and manipulated. Let's call that naive. He's also eager to please people, especially people he loves or admires. He wants his father's approval and praise. He wants to be admired, but he's not ambitious. He really cares about his family, but he doesn't really think about the common people. This doesn't quite make him selfish, but maybe too narrowly focused. Whatever, you understand. He's also very genuine and sincere. To add a little color, let's say he's afraid of his enormously powerful and commanding father and loves him, but his familial attachment is to his maternal uncle, who is strong and powerful but doting. This guy has provided a substitute for a father's love. He's also the one who's been teaching him about ruling. Obviously, I'm building this uncle into a manipulative villain. So all that combined is his starting point. But how do I want my prince to end? Maybe I'll make him an astronaut. I'm not going to make him an astronaut. Although, that'd be a cool story. Obviously, I want my prince to be king, but I want him to take a circuitous route. I like less direct development arcs personally. So I want to take him on a path that looks more like this. I want him to slip maybe ankle deep into villainy and then pull himself back onto the right path to ultimately become a very good, if somewhat ruthless king, but certainly a wiser king. I love doing this. It's like a challenge. You plop yourself into the center of a maze and you have to find your path out, drawing the map along the way. I've done my first and second step. I've built my character sheet. If I were writing this guy for real, or if I had more time, I'd make this character sheet a lot more detailed, but we'll keep it simple like this for now. And I've decided my character's starting point and ending point. What now? In these early development stages of characters and stories, I personally find it more helpful to plan them concurrently. Not everyone will want to work that way. Maybe you'll want to plan your character arc in detail and then build your story around it, or maybe the other way around. If one of those methods works for you, stick with it. We all approach storytelling based on how our minds work, so what works for me might not work for you. But me, personally, at this point, I like to think in my initial broad strokes, encompassing both character and story. I want my naive prince to descend a little into darkness. His uncle, my appointed villain, will help with that. So his uncle will manipulate him into making ugly choices that hurt both his father and the people. This awareness that his decisions have caused harm while increasing his and his uncle's power will awaken in him a dormant trait that will help him begin to form a moral code. His desire to protect his family will expand, and he'll also want to protect his people. His harsh lessons at the feet of his uncle, whose true colors will be revealed, will teach him that a certain amount of ruthlessness will be necessary to shore up the power he needs to protect both his family and his people. Because, you know, he's probably going to end up having to kill his uncle at some point. And that's going to be both a choice and a very hard lesson that will catalyze this aspect of his development, this ruthlessness. This is enough knowledge for me to start. Beyond this broad blueprint, I'd prefer the rest of his development to occur organically, that is, with the progression of the plot. That said, I do want to keep his development in mind as I plan the plot. So what I'll do is
I do all this shit in my head.
In his character sheet.
My problem is that I guess it doesn't keep characters as consistent.
As the plot moves
it depends
along,
on how
each mini arc will
long
reach a
I've had
mini
that character in my
climax,
head for,
and
right?
many of them will involve choices that he
And most of
will
them are
have
based
to
upon
make.
real
I
people,
want to
so
aim these arcs and these choices toward my final goal for him. As an example, as I plan a mini arc in which the evil villain uncle organizes a plan whereby a powerful family will be framed for treason and executed so that the uncle can kind of absorb all their assets and lands, I could just make this a mini climax to the mini arc, with my prince looking on as his uncle arranges the sequence of events to reach this horrifying conclusion. The story would proceed very nicely if I did that, but his development arc wouldn't. It would remain stagnant, and his character, which needs to be dynamic, would remain passive. Always a bad thing. Because I need to develop my prince's character, I want to make this plot development into a choice he has to make. As we build this choice, we need to keep an eye on the character traits to remember to keep our prince consistent. I'm not sure at what point this mini arc happens in the story, but let's say this is the latest and the largest in a series of increasingly brazen and villainous developments that the uncle has masterminded. So by now, let's say, the prince has lost the rose-colored glasses. He's seeing his uncle as less of a noble hero, but he still doesn't realize that he's just a villain who's using him. Nevertheless, his uncle still finds a way to frame this choice to eliminate this powerful, innocent family as something the prince needs to do for his family and his own power. He manipulates the prince into thinking that this family's existence threatens his own family's existence. He's naive, so he buys that. But the idea that the whole family has to be killed doesn't sit well with him. But the uncle says, you know, leave one alive and you create an enemy or whatever. There's also a part of him that knows that his father wouldn't approve of this decision. But he also really wants to protect his father and the rest of his royal family. At this point in his development, that has become a lot more important to him. So in the end, he makes the choice to execute the whole family. He decides in this moment to sacrifice his father's approval in order to save his father's life. This represents evolution that we can use. He's willing to put the lives of his loved ones, and later his people, before his reputation of being loved himself. That will be a seed for his future shift into nobility and righteousness. Even though in this moment he is taking a step away from my ultimate goal for him. But I want his development to be imperfect. I want him to make mistakes, and given the changes I have in mind for him and the high stakes of the story, some of those mistakes will have to be huge. As a person rooting for this character, I don't like that he makes this decision, but it's good for his character development as I've planned it. This mini climax occurs with his choice. His development evolves with his choice. And so we move into the next mini arc. And if you continue like this, making your considerations for the plot's development include keeping an eye on his character's development, you'll be able to find and plan these points where you can use the plot to present him with these fantastically useful choices. Use these to build his arc according to the blueprint you've set out. That should about wrap up our introduction to character arcs. And I do regard this as an introduction. There's a lot of information here and it's pretty dense, but hopefully I was able to explain this clearly. If you have questions about anything I've talked about here today, drop them in the comment section and I'll do my best to answer them. For your homework. Okay. First of all, on the subject of homework, I have set up a system by which I can look at homework if you decide to do the homework. I spent a while trying to figure this out, so we're still in the trial period of this and might theoretically have some kinks to iron out, but for now, here's what I've come up with. I've set up a Patreon, the link is in the description, and while yes, I'll have 1 or 2 tiers and all that fun stuff, I didn't want to build homework into that tier subscription service, mainly because I don't always stick to a perfect once a month schedule with my videos, and also you might not always want to do the homework, and I'm not your mom, and this isn't 10th grade, so we should keep this as non-high school as humanly possible. So homework is a small one-time purchase, which you can find here. There's no need to be a Patreon subscriber to purchase a round of homework. Also, you can purchase as many rounds as you like, and you can do whichever homework you like, no matter what my current video is. The homework listings on Patreon, for now anyway, and this is part of the experiment, will be each individual homework. So this video's homework is its own item, and the Helen homework from my character creation video is its own item, and so on and so on. With the purchase of 1 round of homework, you will be able to send me your homework. I will look at it and write up my notes on it and send it back. And then you also get this 1 round of follow-up questions. So if you have questions about my notes on your homework, I will answer 1 round of those questions. However, if you have further questions after that, or you want to do the whole exercise all over again, you need to purchase that homework again. You're welcome to do that as often as you want. But looking at homework, making the notes, etc., that does take me some time. I have no idea how long I'll need to turn around your homework. We're going to learn those kinds of details together. So anyway, for the homework, you can use my prince as I started him, his starting point, his initial form, and then decide a different ending point for him. Determine what points in his initial character traits will inform that ending. Write out the broad idea of his development path, and then I want you to choose no fewer than 3 major points where he will make a choice that will be a mini arc's mini climax, and that will also develop his character along the path that you have chosen for him, and write out summaries of those. You should try to do this chronologically. It can be 3 in direct succession, but it can also be 3 at various points in his development. You can do more than 3 for yourself, but I might not have time to look at more than 3. Anyway, I should probably go get more coffee. As always, thank you so much for watching, and happy writing.
Hell yeah. Another video down. Alright. Just getting closer and closer to that true image of what we need, right? We'll get there eventually. Alright, well now we can move on to art. Today is lines. Alright. Get your drawing books ready!
My name is Paul Priestley. Welcome to ArtTutorialsOnline.com. Today's video is the second in my series on drawing for beginners. Yes, today we're going to be looking at line. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Well, it is. But line can tell us lots of things about direction, about volume, about shapes. Lots of things. It's exciting. So come on, let's make a start.
Hell yeah.
Now I'm going to draw a single line here with a 4B pencil. It means nothing, it just looks a line. But if I put 2 or 3 lines next to it, you can see it looks like eyes and a nose and a mouth. It isn't, it's just line. If I draw a circle around it, it becomes a face, and we read it as a face. Now look at these 2 vertical lines and 1 horizontal. Another horizontal line means nothing, but if I put a curve next to each one. Look, I've written the word face. We read lines. This is what's most important about drawing. Now we can do the same thing with any little sketch. We can read the lines. The lines will tell us lots of things about the individual sketch. So if you look at this, it just looks like a flat shape. But if I start putting lines down the side, and I'm going to put them very close together here and gradually get wider apart and press on slightly less. Now, have you noticed? It now makes the shape...
I hate drawing faces.
Curved.
I'm so
it
bad
looks
at
like
faces.
A cylinder. All because we are reading the lines. The lines are telling us that it's a cylinder.
Alright, I'm not even going to be close to that, but hey, we can try, right? Yeah, no, that didn't work. But it is what it is.
It works. Now the same thing can apply to other shapes too. For example, imagine I draw a circle here. Not a very good circle, so we'll just draw another little bit in there. You see, I'm not worrying about rubbing it out. I'm going to draw a vertical line down the middle, but look what I'm going to do now. I'm drawing lots and lots of curves. They're gradually getting more and more curved, but going to that 2 points at the end of the original line. Now can you see this now looks like a ball shape simply because I'm drawing curved lines on here. So your brain is reading what is effectively a flat object but now seeing it as a curve and seeing it
like a fucking onion. Mine looks like a fucking onion.
The lines I put on. You see how curved it looks? Now, we can add a little shadow underneath by simply putting more lines in. You see how we can create a little shadow underneath there? And if you want it to stand on something which gains in shadow, look how I draw the lines. Have you noticed they all radiate out from the 1 point? And because of that, it makes it look as though it's standing on top of a flat surface. Simple. Lines are really important. Now, look at this. Imagine you are drawing a landscape and we are going to draw some hills. Now look at the lines I'm going to draw here. The lines define the shape of the hills. You see that hill now looks as though it's curving down. These lines here, look at those lines. You see how it makes it look as though the
No, it makes it look
landscape is now
like an onion.
curved. Now, if you were painting this, you would follow, your brushstrokes would follow the same line.
Okay, so we got what? This upper line? So we got like...
And that would help to make the whole thing look much more three-dimensional.
Yeah, I curved the lines the wrong way.
Really important. See those lovely curves we're getting. So we can develop this further. Imagine this. I'm going to draw this little shape here. and I'm going to shade it in. But I'm not going to think too much about the line when I shade it in. This is what children often do. They'll just scribble something in. Here, look, you see? I'm shading it in, just putting lines in almost randomly, scribbling them in like children do. Now, when you look at that, it is very difficult to make any sense of it at all. It doesn't look like anything. But look what happens when I draw the lines in an organised fashion. These lines are all horizontal, which tells us the surface is now flat. These lines are all drawn at an angle, as you can see here, and it now looks as though we've got a flat road possibly going between two areas of land, or it could be a river going through. Do you see the idea? You see the difference? When the lines are organised, we can read the shape much better. So the angle of your lines is really important to your drawing. You must get the angles of the line right. Look at this final little example here. Similar sort of idea, but this time the lines are going to be done differently. Look, single vertical line, but now all the lines are going to radiate out from that single point, and this gives the effect of pointing your eye into the distance. We're going down this road, if that's what it is. You see? We also want to emphasize the distance by doing this. I'm going to put vertical lines in, but the vertical lines are going to get wider as they come towards you, which makes it look as though the angles are receding into the distance. You see the idea? Look how that makes it look as though you're going into the distance. All done with line. Lines are really important, so no scribbling. Organise your lines. If you can organise your lines, your drawing will look wonderful. Good luck with your work. Thank you for watching ArtTutorsOnline.com. I hope you've enjoyed the video and learnt something about the use of line. If you have, then maybe you could give the video a like.
Hell yeah. You like these ones, they're nice and fast. So that's what we got there. I like that onion. Oh yeah, it just needs that like little fur rouge thing, you know, piece at the top there. It's kind of sticking out. All right, what should we draw? Let's do. Okay, let's do. Okay, I know. Jesus. Okay. Is this one or this one? This one. Okay. Okay, here we go. Get this to stop fucking moving. Let's turn the music back on. Alright, here we go. So, we're going to start with the simple shapes, right? cam that high, or is the camera drunk? Camera's definitely drunk. But speaking of which, we need tokes. Let's do tokes. Token. Token up the tokes. Let's go. Are you token? I'm token. We're a token together. It's a token time. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, toke! Keep touching my glasses. Ah! Worst thing is trying to keep myself like in this camera while I'm doing this. Like that's probably the thing I'm the fucking worst at. Okay, so then we want something like sun coming from like here. I want horizon would be like this, right? Worst tree NA, but hey, it is what it is, right? We wanted it to be a little bit difficult. I'm trying to be too neat. I need to be no more aggressively not neat. look like a fucking tree, or does that not look like a fucking tree? I think it needs to be slightly darker on this. Does that look more like a tree? I feel like the biggest problem is this right here. I mean, it kind of looks like a tree. It's a fucked up tree, I'll tell you that, but, I mean... Does that kind of look like grass, like lining the road? Perspective's all off from like here up, but the main point was seeing if we could do the tree, and boy oh boy, I don't know about that. One funky ass looking tree. I don't know, I think that's the best I'm gonna get. Maybe try and do like some... Because the hardest part is the way it looks on camera versus the way it looks on the page, right? I'm trying to make it look good on camera, so it's noticeable. Seems too much, though. That'd be my thought. It's too much.
A group of gay people asked me for directions, so I told them to go straight.
Tree, oddly, is my favorite part. Yeah, because the tree is the focus of the picture. Everything else was just to see if we could do something like this and keep the perspective, which we clearly can. Okay, so you can see the shades a little bit better on there. So let's see. We'll just go along with that, right? I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's something, right? Well, I think that was a successful failure, you could say, right? We know what we did wrong, the perspective and the angling, but hey, I don't know, we're getting there with the shading, right? Like, my hand is feeling a lot more comfortable with doing what it needs to do. Practice makes perfect. Got you, Tactical Gaming. Hope you had a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. I don't think there's much else I can do with it. I mean, a little bit on the trees, right? Like, with that. That's pretty decent for today. We gotta finish the rest of the stories anyways. Here. Order list. Right. Okay. This one. This one. This is oh. Rolls on puffed and cigarette. We need to thoughts of missing work, but the pain's so bad. That's where we're at. We need a granola bar real quick here, and then we'll have a toke, and then we'll get back to it. Hungry. Hunger. Striking deep. This one seems to be destroyed. Everything is back to reading. Going all over the place here. Okay, tokes! Get your tokes ready! Let's go. Three, two, one, toke! And that's a very specific word to use here, because wounds is preempting what the doctor's going to say, which is, hey, did you do this to yourself? 'Cause this looks like you took wires and shoved them into your skin. Not gonna lie, that's kind of what it looks like. Are you guys old enough to remember, like, hospital places and, like, clinics and stuff like that that had, you know, like, ashtrays built into the things? Like, on the edges of the seat benches, so you could just sit there and smoke cigarettes and not have to worry. Oh, the days of carefreeness. I remember them mostly on the SkyTrain in, like, Vancouver. Shit like that. Those little, like, metal things with a little lip top on them that you could, like, close and they shuffle through the bottom when you close them. It's like the bigger system. Crazy world! The normalities, right? Drinking at work and smoking cigarettes all day long. The standards of life have lowered. We've lost our freedoms, man. We've completely lost our ability to completely just kill ourselves. Unbeknownst, without, you know. Government said it's good! Yeah, because they want to make money. Well, there's no one left to make money off us. Well, fuck. Sometimes you take it too far, right? Okay, sure, pressed on the wounds. You remove the cigarette extinguishing it on the ashtray attached to the chair. Follow the receptionist inside. Simple wooden chair. I don't know what to call it. What the hell is that? Like the doctor's bed kind of thing, right? It's like the thing you lay down on. I don't know what the fuck to call it. This is actually like a hint because the doctor knows that he's going to be coming in and the doctor knows that he's going to be harvesting it. So he purposely left the light on because it's the first thing he's going to do is like, okay, take your shirt off and lie down on the table and we'll inspect this shit, right? It's like it's almost too abrupt. Like the doctor knows exactly the procedure to go through with this, right? And then the doctor starts telling about Morgellons disease. And that's where it starts to bring into your mind, oh, the idea that you use the word wounds. And maybe this is self-inflicted and it's just, you know, him. And then it ends with the doctor being like, ah, more samples. Yes, good. Okay, you can go home now. Get out of here. Come back next week. Kind of idea. So it's like, you know there's something ominous going on in the background, but you can't really place it. calls in. Flat in the chair. Whittling his thumbs. That's another cigarette. Back. Far from seat back. Possible is to not accidentally lean back. Press on fibers. Quid going? Okay. What are we at word count wise? Shit, we're already at 412. I mean, we can get rid of some of the stuff at the beginning, right? We just gotta make sure that we get the story down first. Because we only have really and truly a maximum of 350-ish words. The doctor entered the room. Don't even look at it. Ken told him to remove shirt. Inspect. On the whatever you call it, bed. Removing his shirt and explain to the doctor about the condition. What started by bad has gotten. Really nodded. Scratched down some notes. Interrupted me. Move the light across my back. Mumble before. Again. Where do you work? A computer repair shop. Carrying wires and cords. Dealing with new insulation. Absentee nodding. Mm-hmm. For adjusting the light closer. And he spoke again. You have thoughts often. Knowing why he would ask that, but responded. Simple. Oh, life's good. You may not want to hear this, but these are self-inflicted or otherwise third-party inflicted. Someone do this to you, or did you do this to yourself? Tell there was no answer that would be worthy. No, there would be no answer that would be correct in this situation. Accusation clearly hanging in the air. At this point, I'm like, I might have to just remove the entirety of the beginning of it in order to make it fit. And just have him entering into the doctor's office instead of him sitting at the receptionist's desk. Right? Have everything that happened at the receptionist's desk happen inside after he's already been called and he's just waiting for the doctor. And the doctor comes in, he puts out the cigarette, and everything starts. So it's like 50 words instead of 400 words before the examination even begins. No, doctor. An eye on these since they were only small specks that I assumed were normal ingrown hairs. Ken flinched in pain. The doctor probed the wires, cotton swab. Oh, it has fresh blood around it. Did you pick at it? Scratched it, and I basically passed out. Pain. It's been 3 days and it just kept getting worse. So I came here to see what could be done. Doctor walked over to a cupboard and grabbed something. Heard of Morgellons disease. Ken stated he hadn't. continued. It is a rare case of what's it called? Something. I can't remember. Psychosomatic, that's the word. Psychosomatic. Injury usually manifesting around sticky wires into your skin. Here, as though there's something wrong with you. There's a profound expression of hypochondria. Insist that you kept under watch. I feel like this is just this thing is getting way too out of hand, you know? It's one of the biggest problems I have is like things just get way too out of hand. I'm like, how do I not have this conversation go so ridiculously long? You know what, I'm not even gonna mention it. You know what, I'm just gonna keep it. And we'll just see what happens, you know, during the editing phase. We can cut it out if we need to, but explaining Morgellons is kind of important to the story. Set up, but docking please. Upper deck where there were no growths. This might be difficult to understand. The best. Mine can play tricks on you. Doctor sprayed a numbing agent. Ken's shoulders and back. Tweezers. I don't know how to spell. A pair of tweeters, and after a few moments began to prod the wires. Ken didn't flinch. I will begin the harvest. Now, extraction. Now, if you feel any pain. And blackest. Remove the wires. Dab the skin. Coagulated. Oh, it is a C, of course. Coagulated. Reverently held. Thin red wires. Open the biohazard bag. Placed them inside. Another cupboard. Filled with similar bags, similar wires inside of them. Turn back to Ken. Blank face stating that he was going to do this again. It would be best to return to this exact office and to see relieved to have the hairs removed. Pressed lightly on those open wounds. Flinched slightly with the numbing effect. So, it's nowhere near what it used to be. Mild sore now. Right. Doctor. Left the office. So, how can I prove to this guy that I do this and these growths are real? Decided catalog. pictures as proof. There is something more than just his mind playing tricks on him. And somehow we wound up with 1,000 words, because I'm just bad at this. So we do the only thing we can do. This story condensed into 400 words. Think you can do that for me? While you're at it, give it a developmental edit. Keep ever steady as far as pacing and flow goes. Focus is the removal of the wires from Ken and to show that the doctor knows more than he is saying. Good luck. Here's the story. So let's see. So the basic elements down. Let's see where it went from there. 487 words. Still a lot. So let's see if we can get rid of some more. So this is the hook at the beginning, right? Ken grimaced, lifting his button-up plaid shirt higher off his shoulders. Strange growth. It started as mild soreness a month ago, mistaken for ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony into his bones. Kenneth Surgard, receptionist announced. Relief surged as he stood, wobbling from a head rush. Extinguishing his cigarette, he followed her to an exam room. Wooden chair, padded table, and an overhead light, left on from the previous patient. He sat carefully, avoiding pressure on his back. Dr. Schmore entered without a glance. Remove your shirt for inspection? Ken complied, lying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. Doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvered the light over Ken's shoulder. Where do you work, Ken? Computer repair shop. Wires, cords, insulation. Doctor adjusted the light. Negative thoughts often? Oh, life's good. Why? You don't want to hear this, but these are self-inflicted. Ken tensed. No, doctor. They started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. Scratched once and nearly passed out. Dried blood. Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed with the slab. Picking at it? 3 days ago. It's worse now. Pressed it through the skin by prodding it. With a thorn growing from the inside. Schmore fetch supplies. Heard of more Morgellons. Psychomatic self-injury, like inserting wires to feign illness. A profound hypochondria. Ken started to sit up, but the doctor pressed him down gently. The mind plays tricks. He sprayed numbing agent, then used tweezers methodically. No pain. Extraction begins. Tell me if it hurts. Practiced precision, plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands, sealing them in a biohazard bag. Opening a cupboard, revealed dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. His face blank, he turned. If this happens again, return here immediately. See me. Ken tested the wounds. Mild soreness now, the numbing fading. Relief washed over him. He thanked the doctor and left, pondering how to prove the growths were real, not tricks of the mind. He'd document them next time. Photos, timelines. The doctor's cupboard lingered in his thoughts. How many others? What did he truly know? He's not supposed to have seen it, so... I don't know how to end it, though. I think I should just end it with the extraction begins. And then sealing them, and then it's just the bags. Opening the cupboard revealed dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. And that's just the end. Bum bum bum. The question is, can I get it down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds in a read time? I'm just gonna get rid of this. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush. Just gonna because the whole point of the cigarette is to point at like the date, right? Like it's still at a point in time when you can smoke a cigarette. So I think I kind of need that. As he ashed his cigarette. The tray attached to the chair's arm. Sat in the doctor's office. Or an exam room. Sat in an exam room, a wooden chair with a wooden metal chair. So maybe he grimaced as he ashed his cigarette in the tray attached to the chair's arm. Padded table and an overhead light. With an overhead light loomed across the small room. Which had caused his shirt collar to rub against his shoulders. He was not looking forward to this extraction. Padded table with an overhead light loomed across the small room. Lifting his bucknut plaid shirt higher off his shoulders. Touching the strange growths. Growth that started as mild soreness a month ago. Thought of them simple ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony into his bones. Lengthening daily and amplifying the agony so it seeped into his bones. He did this fixed to return to work before his boss noticed. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush. Last exhale of his cigarette. He sat carefully, avoiding pressure on his back. I don't think I need that either. Just Dr. Schmore entered without a glance. Remove your shirt for inspection. Ken complied, lying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. Doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvering the light over Ken's shoulders. Okay, I think this actually works now. Hold on. He grimaced as he ashed, clog, shirt color, extraction, and casual smell of tobacco. I'm like, is it too much to have the doctor smoking? Or should it just be that tiniest little hint? It's like, how the hell are you smoking inside? Especially in a doctor's office. Well, you used to be able to do that. So it's like one exhale of his cigarette, so he breathes out. Dr. Schmore enters without a glance. Lighting his own cigarette. Speaking before he turned to face Ken. Remove your shirt for inspection. Ken complied, lying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. Doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvering the light over Ken's shoulder. Exhaled smoke. Ashed his half cigarette. While putting on rubber gloves. Something off the countertop. Where do you work, Ken? Computer repair. I work with wires, cords, and insulation. Doctor adjusted the light. Does that give you negative thoughts often? No, life's good. Why? You may not want to hear this, but these are self-inflicted. Ken tensed. No, doctor, they started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched once and nearly passed out. Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed with a swab. Picked at it. 3 days ago, I pressed it through the skin by prodding it. It was a thorn growing from the inside. Dr. Schmore fetched supplies. Heard of more Morgellons? Psychosomatic self-injury, like inserting wires to feign illness. Profound hypochondria. Ken started to sit up, but the doctor pressed him back down. Sit up in protest. The mind plays tricks. Sprayed numbing agent. Then used tweezers methodically. No pain. And moving fibers. No pain. Ken didn't flinch. Extraction begins. Tell me if it hurts. Practice precision. He plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands, his hands sealing them in a biohazard bag. Opening a cupboard revealed dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. 440 words. I think we can do it. I'm just gonna see if there's gonna be maybe one more thing we can like remove here. These appear self-inflicted. It's the plausible deniability bit. It says the read time is 1 minute and 45 seconds, but it's kind of slow with the voice too. So maybe we can do it. Let's find out. Alright, so this is Morgellan's short number 2. Doctor's office. Dr. Schmore ran a swab across the light blue and red fibers protruding from the man's shoulder. They grew like hairs, but his skin wasn't built for these thick wires, causing savage, throbbing pain. Perfect for harvesting. Ken sat in an exam room with a metal chair. He grimaced as he ashed his cigarette in the tray attached to the chair's arm, which had caused his shirt to rub against his shoulders. He was not looking forward to this extraction. The air lingered with the casual smell of tobacco. A padded table with overhead light loomed across the table room. A padded table with overhead light left. Jesus Christ. A padded table with overhead light loomed across the small room, lifting his button-up plaid shirt off of his shoulders, preventing it from touching the strange growths that started as mild soreness a month ago. He had thought of them as simple ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony, so it seeped into his bones. He needed this fixed. He needed this fixed to return to work before his boss noticed. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush with the last exhale of his cigarette. Dr. Schmore entered the room without a glance, lighting his own cigarette, speaking before he continued to face Ken. Remove your shirt for inspection. Ken complied, lying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. The doctor nodded absently, jotting down notes, then maneuvering the light over Ken's shoulders. He exhaled smoke and ashed his half-cigarette before putting on rubber gloves and grabbing something off the countertop. Where do you work, Ken? Computer repair. I work with wires, cords, and insulation. The doctor adjusted the light. Does that give you negative thoughts often? No, life's good. Why? You may not want to hear this, but these appear self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, Ken teased. Ken tensed. No, doctor, they started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched one and nearly passed out. Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed with a swab. Picked at it? 3 days ago, I pressed it through the skin by prodding it. It was a thorn growing from the inside. Dr. Schmore fetched supplies. Heard of Morgellan's psychosomatic self-injury, like inserting wires to feign illness, a profound hypochondria. Ken started to sit up for a moment, but the doctor pressed him down gently. The mind plays tricks. He sprayed numbing agent, then used tweezers, methodically poking and moving the fibers. Ken didn't flinch. Extraction begins. Tell me if it hurts. With practiced precision, he plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands in his hand, sealing them in a biohazard bag. Opening a cupboard revealed dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. I mean, maybe? Maybe? We gotta read it faster. Okay, let's try again. Dr. Schmore ran a swab across the light blue and red fibers protruding from the man's shoulder. They grew like hairs, but his skin wasn't built for these thick wires, causing savage, throbbing pain. Perfect for harvesting. Ken sat in an exam room with a metal chair. He grimaced as he ashed his cigarette in the tray attached to the chair's arm, which had caused his shirt to rub against his shoulders. He was not looking forward to this extraction. The air lingered with the casual smell of tobacco. A padded table with overhead light loomed across the small room, lifting his button-up plaid shirt higher off of his shoulders, preventing it from touching the strange growth that started as mild soreness a month ago. He had thought of them as simple ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony so it seeped into his bones. He needed to fix this to return to work before his boss noticed. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush with the last exhale of a cigarette. Dr. Schmore entered without a glance, lighting his own cigarette, speaking before he turned to face Ken. "Remove your shirt for inspection." Ken complied, lying on the table, explaining the onset worsening pain. The doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvered the light over Ken's shoulders. Fuck, this is killing my throat. He exhaled smoke and ashed his half-cigarette before putting on rubber gloves and grabbing something off of the countertop. "Where do you work, Ken?" "Computer repair. I work with wires, cords, and insulation." The doctor adjusted the light. "Does that give you negative thoughts often?" "No, life's good. Why?" "You may not want to hear this, but these appear self-inflicted." Ken tensed. "No, doctor. They started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched one and nearly passed out." Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed it with a swab. "Picked at it?" 3 days ago, I pressed it through the skin by prodding it. It was a thorn growing from the inside." Dr. Schmore fetched supplies. "Heard of Morgellons?" "Psychosomatic self-injury, like inserting wires to feign illness. A profound hypochondria." Ken started to sit up in protest, but the doctor pressed him down gently. "The mind plays tricks." He sprayed a numbing agent, then used tweezers, methodically poking and moving the fibers. Ken didn't flinch. "Extraction begins. Tell me if it hurts." With practiced precision, he plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands in his hand, sealing them in a biohazard bag. Opening a cupboard, revealed dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. I think that actually worked. Whether it was good or not doesn't matter, because we're going to redo it. I just need to know if the word count allows for that length. Oh my god, fuck off. So annoying. He had thought of them as simple okay, so that's not the beginning. More random swab across. So from there. Perfect for harvesting. Pain. Perfect for harvesting. Ken sat in an exam room with a medal to his shoulders. He was not looking forward to this extraction. The air lingered with the casual smell of tobacco. A padded table with overhead light loomed across the small room. Lifting his button-up plaid shirt higher off of his shoulders, preventing it from touching the strange growth that started as mild soreness a month ago. He had thought of them as he had thought of the wounds. He needed to fix this to return to work of a cigarette. Entered looking before he turned to face Ken. Aid. I think that's actually like pretty perfect. The doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvered the light over Ken's shoulders. Fuck, this is killing my throat. He exhaled smoke and countertop. Yeah, this is gonna be like literally just on fucking point if we get it like as close computer repair. I work with wires as possible. The doctor adjusted the light. Does that give you negative thoughts often? No, life's good. Why? You may not want to hear this, but these appear self-inflicted. Ken tensed. No, doctor. They started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched one and nearly passed out. Dried blood gleamed as going because the man started to so we're like, we just need to be a little bit faster, and then we should be like pretty good. So we can get it down to about 4. So we need to cut 5 seconds off of it in total. So the length is pretty perfect. I don't think we need to really worry about that. We can, like, in the editing, I can cut out a sentence here or a sentence there if I really absolutely have to get it under that 3-minute mark. Either that or we don't do one of the outros or we don't do one of the intros or we just, you know, figure something else out. But around 400 words is usually about where we cap out. But we could, there are a couple sentences we can remove, a couple bits of the dialogue we could technically remove. But all in all, I don't think it's too bad for, you know, just another short, right? Now the big thing is getting story 5 done, right? So this one? Yeah. So we have, this is the basic rundown of what we have right now. So the goal for the character is to locate the central mainframe, which was hinted by Maya. Others, the person that's helping them, is the Maya's login key. Tactic is to follow suspected hive mind connected people, and the expectation is that he's going to get captured. And the scene starts out with a stakeout, so the goal is to show the hive mind entering the building. Lighting and inability to see is the conflict, so the character has to, like, you know, he's using, like, night vision goggles, stuff like that. He's watching these random people walk in and out of the building, and the disasters, there's too many people coming and going. Like, there's something going on. So then the scene B response is the reaction, which is this is out of the ordinary. Between the other stakeouts that he's had, there's not usually this many people. So this seems like an important period of time. So something's happening. So then the decision is to infiltrate the building and find out. So then scene 2, during the infiltration, which is now part of the tactic. No, other, because we have them out of order, right? Because then goal and tactic, and then the other and expectation throw down in there. So scene 2 is our other, which is we're going to use Maya's, like, key card, basically, and her stuff in order to infiltrate the building. Conflict is getting past the security, which we'll need the key card for, and then the disaster is we get lost inside the building because the map, yeah, so it's like then scene 2, the reaction to it is, reaction is confused, because the map layout on my phone, on the character's phone, from Maya's login is wrong, so something is wrong, and then they have to try and find a hive mind to follow. This is where they get captured, because they find a person, Lisa finds them. More hive minds close in, so now they're captured. So try to run away or fight back. Now they're trying to, like, secretly send a message on their phone. Send the message. Can't reach the phone, so they have to, like, maneuver with something. Then, when they finally get the message sent, the phone actually isn't connected. And then we go to Trevor's perspective of him in the jar. And his goal is to release and help Sam and connect to Sam's phone. And his help through that is because he knows the mind of Maya. Tactic is the glitch in the system and the seed that he's used before. The expectation is he sets Sam free and leads Sam to him. And I know exactly, I know now exactly how we're going to end it. So the way that it's going to end is it's going to all lead up to the anticipation of Sam getting to the room where Trevor's brain is. But when Sam finally gets there and it's Trevor's perspective, the Sam that gets there is the Sam that's part of the network. And he'll like walk into the light and then you'll see the top of his head and it'll be the top of his head is gone and there's like wires coming out of his head. And then Lisa steps out from behind him and says, Trevor, you didn't really think you'd be able to get away from me, did you? Oh, it's too good. So he's exploring the network. He's seeking out Maya's mind for answers. Confronts Lisa. Lisa tells Trevor about Sam. And she's like taunting him, being like, become one in the network. And this whole point here is the reason why she's taunting him here is because she's already turned Sam. But Trevor doesn't know that yet, and neither does the reader, because the events of Sam versus Trevor are at different intervals of time. So by the time Trevor's already set this up and ready to go and presses the button, Sam's basically already, like, infected, right? So Sam will go through all the things from his end, getting up to and almost at the door, or thinking that he's standing at the door, right? And then maybe he'll hear like footsteps behind him or something like that and then turn around and then it'll show Trevor's perspective of the door opening and then Sam will just like walk in. And then Lisa will come out from behind him and put her arm on like his fuck Trevor, he's a bitch. Lose a Zol! Yo, what's up? Yo, bitch. I mean, what's up? I mean, Trevor might be a bitch. I don't know, man. He's a brain in a jar. He's been in a brain in a jar for 100 years. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, he's exploring. He gets shot because Sam's captured. And, of course, he knows that Lisa's telling him that Sam's his grandson through the network. And then he distracts Lisa with that conversation in order to let Sam be released. And the next scene would be Sam using his phone to use the instructions. Trevor sucks for bus money and walks home. True. True, Lou. True. Yeah, true. So in scene 5... is tracking goal through Sam to find Trevor. Lisa and Hive Minds chasing. Disaster gets to the door but can't get in. Lisa is approaching. Reaction, which is POV now is Trevor, is now. If nobody was around, would you take a sip of Trevor's brain jar water? Ooh, that's a good question, Lou. What is the brain matter made out of? Like, what chemicals are in this liquid that make it so a brain can survive, right? Like, would that be like basically drinking blood? Would it be like straight up, right? Could you get like, would it have like stem cells in it? Could you get like superpowers from drinking the liquid? Like, would that enhance, like, your cognitive functions and, like, make your brain better? The forbidden soup. True. True. But we all know what happens if you eat brain of your own species. The pyrons in your brain basically act like mercury and fill your neurons, and so the pyrons can't fire anymore. So it's basically like having clogs in your brain, and that's why you get like the shakes and such, like fall aparts. There's something about that in Futurama. I know, my first thought, Queen, is drinking specifically Richard Nixon's brain juice. Very specifically, Richard Nixon's. I need to get a little piece of this in me and see what the fuck's actually going on here. I get 1/10 of his intelligence. Didn't it send them back in time or something? Probably. I have no idea. I can't remember either. Only thing I remember about Futurama is that the ship makes the universe move around it, and the brain's left for no reason. And this is reveal of Sam. Dilemma: get the door open for Sam. Oh wait, this is the reaction. Panic.
Pineapple on pizza is like going down on your cousin. It tastes good, but something ain't right.
Thank God I'm allergic to pineapple and I cannot be a part of this conversation because I can't have pineapple on pizza. So I abstain myself from the discussion of is pineapple on pizza okay. I'm Canadian and the Hawaiian pizza goes hard with Canadian bacon, i.e. ham. Ham and pineapple. And you get the Canadian, which is the ham, pineapple, and bacon. That's a good one. That's the good one. You get both of the best with the best of the best, then you just say no pineapple, and you got a ham and bacon, fucking throw mushrooms on there instead. Can't be part of the conversation because going down your cousin gets you bricked the fuck up. Oh, the brutality of the world, right? Jeez. Ooh, eesh. Ooh, jeez. Gee, yeah, I don't know about that one. Ooh. I get more bricked up from Callie's, boyfriend ASMR. I mean, what? Dilemma. How to open the door for Sam. Decision. Upload. Okay, here it is. Okay, here's the ultimate ending, Queen. If I wasn't meant to fuck my cousin, why did God make her so hot? Okay. So this has all been part of Lisa's plan the entire time to get Trevor to allow her to upload his brain to the network. And the only way he could get access to opening the door is self-uploading himself. So Lisa wins in the end and she gets Trevor uploaded and Sam uploaded. The Farnsworth effect. Farnsworth effect is the name given by Hubert J. Farnsworth to a method of time travel discovered by him involving head jars that allow people to temporarily travel back in time to the era of when the head in question was originally alive. Okay, I think I do remember something about this. That there's like a whole episode, yeah, with like a museum, the head museum, where all the heads are and they're like licking them to like go back in time or something like that. The heads in jars are kept alive by a unique form of powdered crystalline opal that, according to Farnsworth, has unique temporal properties. The prescience of the opal suspends the heads in a time stasis bubble that allows the heads to remain eternally youthful at a certain point when they existed in the past. If someone consumes the jar fluid surrounding one of the heads, they and anyone standing within a few feet from them are sent back in time to the era in which that person's head was alive. People sent back mysteriously have their clothing altered to match the normal wear of the era, which allows them to mostly blend in with others in that time period. Depending on the concentration of opal in the jar and the amount of fluid consumed, the trip can last as short as a few seconds, as long as 24 hours. Latter was seen in when Farnsworth dumped the world's entire supply of opal into George Washington's head jar. After the trip ends, the people are sent back to their own time with their own clothes. Under normal circumstances, nothing is done during the trips that severely alters the past, then no temporal paradox occurs. However, something is done that alters the past severely and is not corrected before the trip ends. The people in the past are sent to their time, but with their memories altered to the point where they appear to be merged with their counterparts that grew up in the alternate time. Even though they still have their old memories from the time before it was altered, they end up picking up on the speech and mannerisms of the new timeline as if they had been living in it the entire lives. Even so, they don't appear to know everything about their new lives, such as was seen by Fry's actions, inadvertently led to the British defeating the Patriots and the American Revolution and gaining permanent control over the Americas. Planet Express crew had new clothing and mannerisms that were entirely aware of it. Yet were unable to speak like their old selves. They also were unaware of the reason for the change until it was pointed out to them. Farnsworth was unaware that he had massive land holdings or that he was supposed to act as the Queen of England's escort. Okay, so they did actually go back in time and fuck shit up. And of course it would be Fry who fucked everything up. Self uploads to the network to save Sam. Which leads to the final scene. Lisa wins. Trevor is now uploaded like Lisa wanted. Sam was already consumed before Trevor uploaded. Finn! Thought if you read how the heads stay alive with jars, maybe that would help get an idea. The temporal idea? Maybe. I don't know, we don't have to go too much into the idea of the jars, right? Or the heads in the jars. Or brains in jars. You just have to know that he's a brain in a jar. You don't need to know how it works. You don't need to know how he's somewhat stuck. Well, you know, like he said in the third story, he's stuck halfway between the network. He has like a small little piece of it he can control and cause glitches and stuff like that. But he can't really do anything else. So we'll have to write this story tomorrow. So we'll make the short tomorrow. We'll write this story tomorrow. And then we'll try and get as much as we can of the recording done. So all we have to do on stream tomorrow is actually finish it, and then we can upload it, and we'll have all the videos except for story 1 ready to go. And then we'll have to write story 1 either on Friday or Saturday. I just know if you were alone with it, you'd pee a little in his jar, you sick fuck. I love it. I love it, Lou. Oh my god. So good. So true. Just a little, you know, just to see what happens. You gotta fuck with them any way you can, right? That's what it's all about. But by the way, Lou, if you're interested, and you like these ideas of these stories, feel free to hop on over to the YouTube channel. We just started this new YouTube channel for specifically horror stories. feel free to hop on over there, give it a sub, watch some stuff, give it a like, give it a thumbs up, a comment, all that stuff, you know. We got our shorts and our normal videos. And, yeah. And then we also have, of course, the normal stories channel as well. Somebody called Levi ever here? Yes, Levi Robinson. Levi J. Robinson. As far as I know, he moved and got married, and he hasn't been online since. And that was like 2 months ago? At least I haven't seen him, but I changed my schedule. And I know he's from New Zealand. So... yeah, I don't know. Actually, I could check and see when was the last time he streamed. Doesn't say, it just says due to his schedule, his next stream is tonight. But, yeah, it doesn't say the last time he was online. Which would have been a while ago. A very much while ago. Playing some RuneScape! What about Cute Muffin? Of course I know Cute Muffin! Cute Muffin's in here. Oh, I mean, he has been before. Not so much lately. Is he streaming right now? Actually, is Muffin streaming right now? Okay. That did not work. I don't know what happened there. What the fuck? No. Get me the... I don't know what I did. I'm just going back. I don't know. Cute... Oh. I don't understand! I don't understand! No, he's not live right now. I'm literally typing into the search bar. Why did you change schedule? I am currently on hiatus from work. So I'm streaming 6 hours earlier than I normally do. Normally I would have started at 12:30. I started at 6:30. Which, kind of fucks everyone over that would come into the stream like an hour and a half from now. Because I'm planning to end the stream right now. Bro, I got hit with ads just as you started to explain. Fucking ads! Oh my god, I hate ads. Fucking hate ads. Let's just toke. Let's just get it over with, Queen. Let's just toke and call it a day. Toke and call it a day. Are over. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Enjoy your 7 cents from that frickin' Jew. 7 cents? It's more like 0.3 cents? Like, for a 10-hour stream with 3 average viewers, it's about 30 cents. And that's 20-ish ads? 20-ish 90-second ads? I mean, if you have 300 viewers, you can make $30 a day easy. Easy, just in ads. And if you got 30 viewers and you got YouTube on top of it, right? you're fucking golden. So I'm just trying to focus on building up the YouTube, because then the YouTube will transfer over to Twitch when people are like, oh, you actually write your own stories. Oh, you know, come in and watch the stories be written. You know, kind of interact with the stream. But our adventures on YouTube have led us to the point of we need to niche, because I write stories from every type of genre. So my problem is I don't have retention. I'll gain an audience on a story, and then I won't, like, for instance, I have one sci-fi story, one fantasy story, like 3 parables, and 3 historicals, and 3, like, modern hypotheticals to the future. And then, like, 3 esoteric stories about, like, connections. Like, for instance, one of them is, like, a freezing puddle, and a freezing and melting puddle, and the layers of the frozen ice being, like, a lifelong friendship. So it's like, you know, you have the scars of battle over time as the bridges break, as the water melts, or the ice melts, and then it freezes again to build the bridge, and it's kind of this, you know, continuously overlapping build up until you have, like, a lifelong friendship. Something along those lines. But none of it is really, like, catering to any specific thing. So I was like, well, let's do specifically biotech horror. The horror genre is completely stacked on YouTube, but I could not find anything that had to do specifically with bio-horror. Like, having your mind uploaded to the internet, like Matrix kind of stuff like that for horrors. So I was like, boom, that's what we're doing, because I love those kinds of stories, and it's a niche that I think has untapped potential, at least from what I've searched to try and find on YouTube. So I think if we can get a following, we can pop off, because it's a type of horror that is not invested in. So it's not like, you know, you go to this channel for SCPs, you go to this channel for scientific investigation, you go for this one for paranormal investigation, you go for this one for, like, magical kind of interdimensional stuff. You go to my channel for biotech horror. That's what our niche is all about. But yeah, Lou, we stream every day, so you're always welcome. We usually stream for about 8 or 9 hours. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours. So yeah, we're going to call it about here, but we will be back again tomorrow, as always. So same time, 6:30, which would be 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is when we start. We usually go for about 8 hours. You know, it is what it is, depending upon how many beta reads we get in, and how much writing we get in, and how tired I am during the day, because how much other shit I had to do. But yeah, so thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. Always enjoy all of those lurks, and thank you so much to Coffee Quills for the raid. If you're still out there, thank you so much. We will be back again tomorrow. So remember, guys, never stop being you. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we raiding today? Oh, I know exactly. Actually, I know instantly exactly who we're raiding today. Alright, get your wheels ready! Holy shit, Eggy Mayo! Eggy! Yo, I was literally just about to raid out. I'm not raiding out now. Yo, Eggy, what's up, bro? How's it going? How are you? Thank you again for the subscription, good sir. Thank you for making your Prime a valid part of this community. Holy shit, how have you been, Eggy? It's been forever. I didn't know you were still subscribed. If you're the one, are you the one who keeps subscribing randomly? And I'm like, why is there a random subscribe? I swear, no one is subscribed on the stream. Hey, brah, how you been, good sir? Oh, by the way, Eggy, We started a new YouTube channel if you're interested. A biotech horror channel. Dun dun dun. Because it doesn't tell me if, unless I see it in the chat, it doesn't tell me who's subscribed. I don't know how to check who my subscribers are because I'm retarded. But yeah, we have a new biotech horror channel called Blue Horror Stories, where we do something a little bit different. Mainly in the way of narrating.
February 9th.
Oh no, I forgot to press cancel!
When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering.
Well, it happened.
Slipping away.
I didn't expect that.
Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's
Fuck.
like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost? Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail burrowing into my skull, throat pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness.
Shit.
We can give them a shout out if so.
I love Hellish as much as you do, okay? But trust me, I don't love Hellish more than you do. Because I love
Mario 80085 has pledged their loyalty.
To say, am I neglecting Hellish if I say that, Callie? Am I a bad person, Callie? I've known him longer, but I know.
Oh, what were you writing up? Hadn't been a Hellish stream. Haven't been to Hellish stream forever.
Well, shit.